Greetings, my lovelies. How are you guys doing today? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Sorry, I was. Sorry it took so long. That was longer than I anticipated. 36 minutes? Oh god, I took 36 minutes. But like I said, that was more than I anticipated. Hello, Cairo. Hello, Carlos. Hello, W. Hold on. I went to Hi Raccoon. It was a friend we made along. Where's real? I'm sorry. That took longer than expected. First off, I was like talking with bros, and then I was fixing something, not on stream, just like outside. And then my mom's like, "Why don't I just give you a massage?" And I was like, "Oh, that's why I said 10 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes, chat," because I thought her massage was gonna be a little decent. Excuse me, but what was it? Look, took longer, and I was like, let me just wash my face before I start my stream. And I was like, oh shit, I took longer than I anticipated. So that is why I was like, whoopsie. But now I'm fucking. I am sore. I'm sore, but hi. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me? I'm kind of still doing it. I washed my face because it's night and I am so tired. But I want to stream, so I was like, I'll just wash my face so then, like, I don't have to sleep with a dirty face. So, yeah. He stall indeed. To be honest, I actually don't know what I'm gonna stream today. I just wanted to stream today because I'm bored and I have nothing else to do. Yeah. I don't know, what should we do, chat? What should we do today? What should we do? Do we have anything planned for? What should we do? Should we just do a chatting stream, or okay? So chat. Me and 𝘙𝘪𝘯 are making a cover song, and then I'm also doing other cover songs. And I was like, should I do that like on stream, like while? Sorry, I think I'm getting sick, chat. Should I do that like on stream, like you guys get to see my, like me do those voice fuck! Watch me do a cover song, if that makes sense. I don't know. I mean, you got a butterface, so there's not much difference. What the fuck? That is crazy. I do take care of my skin, chat. I take care of my skin really well because my skin's very sensitive, and I am very sensitive to stuff. But I always try to take care of it. Like I said, chat, I grew up with brothers. My brothers don't care about their looks, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying like like you should look good all the time. I'm just saying like I did grow up with a sister, but not for very long, and so my entire life I didn't know how to act. And now, like, even now, like, I don't have like that sister what's it called, sister role, that like somebody to look up to. And so I decided to try to figure out things my own way and try to figure out like here, how do I copy and then paste it here. Where's chat box? How do I find chat? What if I copy all of this and then put it in here? Oh, never mind, it's already copied. Is it? I can't tell. Paste it. Okay. I don't see chat. Where can I? Chat, where you at? Where are you at, chat? I see you, but I don't see you. No, Wyatt! Hi, Wyatt! Oh, Wyatt, are you at work or, like, are you free to VC? I don't know, I'm bored. I don't know who to hang out with today. Refreshed in current page. Okay. Where is it? Where are you guys? Hello? Hello? Where'd you guys go? Like, hello? Where'd you guys go? Let's see. Trying to see. That's fine. I don't think I need the chat. I'm free. I'm off tonight. Right now. I'm asking you right now. I'm asking if you want to call right now. But what was I saying then? Oh, yeah, I was talking about, like, okay, I never grew up with a sister. I only had half of my life. But then, like, you know, when I got to pre-teenage all the way to now, like, I never had somebody to look up to and, like, know about girl stuff. Like I said, I grew up with brothers, so basically I just looked up to them. And that's how I became more of a tomboy. And yeah, I never cared about my looks. But let me tell you, chat, I think I was bullied. I was bullied in elementary, but I didn't care about that. I think my friends were jealous. I don't know, my brothers think they were, but I had friends who were very judgy of my looks and, like, my appearance and my personality, that they would just always make rude comments. I think back in middle school, like, there was this girl who, she was so pretty, like, she was so pretty, but she would always get jealous of me because her crush liked me. I didn't like him back, and I told her, I don't like him. She's like, I think you should be with him because he likes you, and I'm like, no, I don't like him. Why would I be with somebody who I don't like? Or love, in fact, actually. Yeah, sure. Alright, I'll call you in a bit. So that's why I was like, I got insecure in my looks. And I started, like, I always get compliments from my family members. Oh my god, your daughter's so pretty. Like my mom loved me getting compliments. Because, to be honest, I had smooth skin. I had really pretty face, apparently. I had, like, a baby face because I never went out. I never got sunlight much. So, and also my height. And, like, I just stayed like a childlike person. If that makes sense. People say I don't look like my age. That's why. But, yeah. They would always say, oh my god, your daughter's so pretty. And I like those compliments. And because of that, I started taking care of myself. I was like, you know what? I'm going to set a good example for myself. Washing my face every single day. I try not to use so harsh products. But because my skin's so sensitive, it was so hard to find things that were perfect for me, if that makes sense. Because I used to use just regular, like, lotion that we got. And then there was, like, I think this lotion called Avena or something. Oh, I used to use aloe. No, it was aloe vera cream. But then I changed to, like, what is it? I changed to Avena. I think that's how you say it. Aveen or something like that. That cream, that one I used all through my life most of the time because that one was the only. I think the lavender one or something like that. It was the only one that my skin wasn't so sensitive to, and it relaxed my red cheeks during certain weathers. I told you, chat, my skin's so sensitive to the point if it's cold, my cheeks turn red and I start to break out. When it's hot, my cheeks turn red, I break out really bad. And so that's why that helped reduce that redness in my cheeks, and I loved it. So I would always use it every single day. And like I said, people got compliments like, oh my god, your cheeks aren't red, right? Like, you're not sweating or something. But then the depression happened of COVID, and I did not care whatsoever about appearances anymore. And obviously because, like, when I was doing classes during COVID, it didn't matter. Like, some of my classes didn't require fucking, like, your camera to be on. So that's why I didn't care, like, if I looked like shit and I just woke up, right? Continue, it's interesting. That's it? Okay. we be seeing? We could chat. We could be seeing all together. We can actually. So, White, I'll be in the voice chat. So technically, yeah. I still break out, but I don't. Till now, I don't care if I have acne. At certain points, I do feel like I am not that pretty. Like I said, I used to have friends who were really shitty to me. I'm glad I don't. But they were really judgy, and they would always compare me to like, not compare me. I would like, okay, how do I describe this? In my family, I would always be praised on my beauty, but in my friend group, they would say I'm not that pretty. They would say this person's pretty, but not me. Like, in that friend group, you would always rank on looks or whatever. They would always put me in the bottom. And, like, I got insecure, okay? And they were just really shitty friends. But that's why, like, all my life, I didn't think I was beautiful. But then I got compliments, and it boosted my ego, but then no. It's still not there. It is still not there. I don't think I'm pretty. I think I'm decent. I'm like an average good looking person. I'll just say that. Maybe below average. Oh, I need some music. Bring up the mood. What's the mood? Yo, join the call, Wyatt. Ooh, let's go for a night drive. Let's go for a night drive. In Tokyo. Or should we go to LA, Los Angeles? Wait. Yeah, Los Angeles.
Bah.
Wyatt.
Bah.
Are you working right now?
No.
No?
No.
No?
I'm off tonight.
Oh, you're off tonight? Nice.
Yeesh.
Okay, we're driving around Los Angeles. How about that? Beverly Hills, the rich neighborhood.
Hopefully we don't go on the 5.
The 5. Oh god, this is what I'm watching right now. Here you go. Let me show chat too. Hold on. Oh wow, you're too big, brother. You were too huge. Oh my god, you guys blocked me. Blocked. Oh damn.
I only know about the about 5 because one of my other buddies is from California and he drives on the 5 pretty much every day.
Like the Freeway 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks balls.
He hates it. He hates it so much.
Bro, I literally went to Los Angeles one time and it was terrible on the 5.
I don't doubt it.
Do it like this. There we go. There we are. We're driving in the freeway chat. I went to LA one time with my families. Okay. Surprisingly, it doesn't look that bad. Obviously, there's different areas of LA. There's like the poverty and then the rich neighborhood. I already realized that after driving all around LA. I was like, damn, who knew? But for someone who lives in LA, oh, beautiful. Certain parts are beautiful, besides poverty. Mount Olympus. Oh, I went here. I want to go here again because of the shopping stuff. Yeah. I always like going on the shopping spree, but it's so expensive.
I always have to hold myself back whenever I go shopping.
Oh god, bro, because like then you find something that's like literally like, okay.
You find something you're slightly interested in, and then all of a sudden you're buying stuff for it. Like that's with me. Like anytime I go shopping, I'll find something and then I'm like, I'm interested in this, and then I'll buy it.
No,
and
no,
then
for
it'll
real.
just it's a downward spiral from there.
No, for real. Okay, literally, I'm a huge Snoopy fan, and sometimes Winnie the Pooh fan. All right, I love them.
My mom is too.
But mostly Snoopy. I have like a few collections of Snoopy, but if I see something of Snoopy, I instantly want it. There's this jacket I saw at a thrift store one time of Snoopy. Bought it instantly.
Mm.
You know how much it costed? You're gonna get mad at me.
Was
wanna
it,
make a guess?
Was it more than a couple $100?
Oh, no. Okay, let me put you to a range of like, let's see, $10
Okay.
to 40.
Okay, $40.
Yeah. No, wait, no. Is that your answer or? Is that
That's
your?
my answer.
Oh, that $40? No, it was $36 for the jacket, or not jacket, sweater, the sweatshirt.
It could be worse.
No,
it
but it was
could be
really
worse.
good. It was really good. I need to show chat. It was really good. $36.
What was
Okay,
it?
it's a sweater. It's a Snoopy sweater.
I've spent more on sweaters and jackets.
That's what I'm saying. You guys might get mad at me because it's a
Bro,
sweater
I spent
and
more on Taco Bell.
real. I spent like, hold on. I think last month I spent almost like 100 because I kept getting some chili cheese fries from Del Taco. They're so good actually. They're good. I get them for lunch, so my work lunch. Del Taco, not Taco Bell. Del Taco.
What is that?
There's
You don't know what Del Taco is? Crazy.
There's not one around me, but I've been to one when I was out.
Damn, you always say that way. You always say like you have places, but they're not around you. That makes me think that you live on the countryside and like you live in a farm.
Well, not a farm necessarily, but I do fucking live in the middle of nowhere.
Oh yeah, you did tell
like
me.
So
A desert. He's in the middle of nowhere. He's in a desert.
Stranded. I would die. Now there's a decent like town near me, but it's still like an hour drive.
Oh.
So like, and like more suburbs than middle of nowhere. But the town that I live in is just so far behind.
There's a little crossroad, buddy. Fucking use it. Did you see that guy?
Yes, I did.
Bro, the crossroad wasn't that far from him. Why couldn't he just fucking take it?
I'm not watching it right now. I need to.
What a guy.
These type of people, chat, these are the type of people that make me rage quit on the road. That's why sometimes my parents don't even let me. Okay, I don't have a license. I only use Diosito. But I drive my brother's car.
You use what?
I don't have a license. I have Diosito, the Jesus card. And I just wing it.
Card.
Yeah, I'm allowed to use my brother's car because I don't have an own car. But technically, like, they don't want me to drive on my own sometimes because I rage quit. And then I always end up saying, oh, if I hit this guy, I get 10 points. I always say that when they're driving, so they're scared of me driving alone. Because I say those intrusive thoughts like, oh my god, let me hit him.
Yeah, I wonder
25
why.
points if I hit him with the bike. Look it, if I see this guy in front of me while driving, I'll be like, if I hit him right now, I'll get 50 points plus 7 if I hit him with the bike.
I let you drive me.
You know,
I can kind of see why they think that.
I
kind of see it.
I know. So that's why I lost my privileges of driving alone. I would have to have somebody in the car with me.
You can lose your fucking existing.
But then they're scared of like
them
them driving with me. So I was like, fine, I won't drive anymore. I'll walk. Because everything's so close to me, I could literally just walk.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I wish I had that luxury. Well, like, it sucks too because I'll go on trips and stuff. And I'll go to places where everything's walkable, and I'm like, man, I wish I could have this where I live, but I don't.
No, yeah.
Everything
so
around me is just so unwalkable.
It's so good where I live, White. I'm telling you. Literally,
I'm gonna have to move over there then.
Oh, yeah. I won't say where I live, but I live near LA. Yes.
Oh, well, dang.
So, yeah, this is the luxury I get, sort of.
Hey, my other buddy that lives in Cali also lives near there, so it's another place to crash.
Hell yeah.
Literally, in some cases.
I mean,
I know a bunch of places where people can hang out, but like I would, I don't know. Is it worth the drive? Maybe, but
Is
then
it worth
like,
a ride and
is
having
it
your car destroyed
is
by a
it
bunch
worth the waste
riders?
of gas, money? Like, nah, not
What
worth
kind
it.
of road is that? That's the worst.
It's it's a weird road. Well, that's how it is.
Damn, I'm never moving there.
You're not moving here. Some people don't want to live in Cali or even in the United States. I understand that sometimes. Sometimes.
I don't think I'd even want to live in San Luis Obispo.
wow.
Okay, no hate if some of you guys own a Tesla, but Tesla drivers are the worst.
I agree.
In my town, there's a guy driving a fucking Cybertruck.
I couldn't tell you
Ew.
how many. So I went to Indianapolis
Mhm.
about a month ago already.
Let me turn you up.
I
real
cannot
quick.
tell you how many fucking Cybertrucks I saw. It was sad.
I don't know
how
why
many I
people
saw.
waste their money on Cybertrucks. They're not cool.
They don't look good.
And you know what's so funny? I saw a review of it, like, oh my god, what's so great about a Cybertruck? Like, they said the space on the trunk. I was like, I have a lot of good space in my own truck. I have decent space too on my truck. It's so good. And then they're like, oh, wide legs, and I'm like, yeah, me too. I can literally dingle my little legs on my car seat.
It's also like
You could literally get the same thing as a regular car.
that, and it's also like you could just get a Tesla. It looks slightly better. It's not an eyesore.
But the problem is there's pros and cons to this, Wyatt, because Teslas are electrical. They don't like run on gas, right?
Yeah.
There was this incident where I saw on TikTok, this girl, she was like on her way to get her Tesla charged. She was really so close, but her Tesla died on her, and they couldn't move and go on neutral or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But with a car, that don't happen. You could literally just move the little stick shift.
There's also like a good in between called like a hybrid where it's like, hey, it could run on like electric, but you have the option to go to get gas if you need to.
Mm-hmm.
It can run on both.
Yeah. Why don't we get that? Sup, my la boo boo? Watch Bangin' Shorty. What the fuck? Don't call me la boo boo. I'm better than a la boo boo.
What the hell is that?
Do you want to know what a la boo boo is? It's so bad. Hold on. How do you spell it? La boo boo? Is that how you say it? La boo boo. These motherfuckers. They're creepy as heck.
Oh.
These are scary. I don't know why people like them. A lot of people have them hanging on their backpacks or some shit like that. I don't like them. They're creepy. I would not buy one. I'd rather prefer my Snoopy. My Snoopy keychain.
Ew.
Let's see. Oh my god, let's go walk around Disneyland. Disneyland, California. Oh, by the way, if you hear my brothers yelling out anime stuff, ignore them. They're watching Attack on Titan right now with my little sister. And then
Attack La Titan.
yeah, they're watching Attack on Titan right now.
Attack La Titan.
Attack
That's
La
the
Titan.
Spanish dub of Attack on Titan.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But they're watching Attack La Titan, and and then they're talking about One Piece and then Chainsaw Man or whatever.
Oh, the One Piece.
They want me to watch the
Don't
One
get
Piece,
much
and I told
higher.
them if my little sister finishes Attack on Titan, we'll watch it with her. So she's watching Attack on Titan right now. They're on the second season now.
I heard it gets good after the first season.
It does. It does.
I don't bother to watch it. I watched the first season and I was like, yeah, I don't care enough.
Mm-hmm. The Labu is worth 3 of you, Rin. Is worth 3 of me? Aw, wait. Wait, does that mean you're saying that I'm not worth it anything, or you're saying that Labubu is like not worth as much as me? Is that what you're saying? I'm confused on what the way you're saying.
Of course, you're not worth a damn thing.
Real. Okay. Is that a baby hanging? Oh no. Oh no, that's George. George the monkey.
Damn, I got excited there for a second. I'm just kidding. I'm
That's
just
him.
kidding. I don't mean that at all.
dropped hard. Oh yeah, I need to watch that too. There's a lot of animes I need to watch. One of them being like, okay, I watched Dandadan, and I'm gonna wait until the second season. No, the third season, right?
My watch later list is just
Long.
way too full.
It's long. Mine
Yeah.
is too.
And then it keeps getting more stuff added because there's new stuff coming out that I'm like, ooh, I kind of want to watch this, and then it
real.
sucks.
It does.
I don't have enough time to watch all of it.
That's what I hate, and that's why I told my older siblings that to watch it now before it's too late, because obviously as you grow older you'll have less time on your hands.
Yeah.
So that's just like I was telling them, let her watch Attack on Titan, let her watch Chainsaw Man, let her watch One Piece, let her watch everything right now.
Gonna get much higher.
Before she gets older and she doesn't have time to finish any other animes. Literally, I have a list of K-dramas, have a list of C-dramas, J-dramas, and anime.
Porn?
Huh?
Dude, yeah, I not only anime but like all the Asian dramas that I want to watch, all the fucking just
I
regular
know.
TV shows as well. Like
Yes!
it's insane.
No, yeah, I know. TV shows like
I need like 5 monitors with everything on them.
Hi,
Have
Mickey.
you, Marin, have you ever seen, what's it called? Evangelion?
No, that's why.
I've never seen it either.
That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna add more onto my list and then never watch them again and like say I will,
Yeah.
but never do. Look at those goofy.
Goofy
I didn't see them
ass.
when I went to Disneyland. The fuck? Where were they?
Goofier.
They weren't there when I was at Disneyland. Where were they? Nah, there's a difference between Disneyland, like, was it California Adventure and the regular Disneyland or some shit like that? I didn't know there was a difference. I thought it all came in one. I didn't know there was a two,
Yeah,
like, you had to do...
There's like several different ones.
I didn't
one-
know
one-
that, and I
which is a
literally went
little
to California, what is it, California Adventures,
One-
where it was just more, it was just rides, and I didn't know there was, like, a
yeah.
separate thing, so I was pissed. I was like, I wanted to meet fucking Donald Duck or some shit.
One is a virgin, one is a whore. There's your difference.
Rin, Rin is worth 3 chicken tacos. That's actually not that bad. I appreciate that, actually.
Nah, that's going way too far.
That's
Nah.
crazy. My Hero is what got me to stop watching anime. Like My Hero Academia. As I was watching it, I realized I aged out for the better. Yep.
Your hair?
My hair?
You said hair. You said, instead of my hero, you said my hair.
My opinion on My
No,
Hero
I said
Academia is kind of similar to Attack on Titan.
Is good.
And my thing is that my buddies were like hard pressed on me to get watching on that.
Mm-hmm.
Like they really wanted me to enjoy it. I just couldn't.
No, there is a difference. There's literally a difference. There's California Adventure, and then there's like regular Disney, I think, where there's just, okay, there's one that's rides, and then there's this one, I think. This one, yeah. Where you just, the store or some shit like that. Yeah, you just like,
Oh,
the
yeah. Okay,
characters
I
and-
see what you mean now.
that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. I went to the one with all the rides, which wasn't a bad thing, but I really wanted to see the whole thing. I thought it was like, you get to see everything, not just half of it. No. What? Come on, waste of money.
Yeah, man.
And I never got to see, like, you know, like that castle. That's what I was so pissed
Oh,
about.
yeah.
I was like,
yeah.
that's why I went to Disneyland, to see the fucking castle. What the fuck you
And
mean
you
that?
couldn't even see that castle.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm cold. Ooh, I went to Knott's with my besties one time. Not Scary Farm, actually. Hold on. Scary Farm.
Oh, the scary farm.
The Scary Farm. I went to Not Scary Farm. It was
Oh
the
my
best
God.
experience I've ever had. I went with my 2 besties plus her boyfriend, and we were having a good time. He was like,
You get
he
jealous?
was no. He was like he memorized the whole park. He wasn't new. He been there before multiple times.
I'd be jealous.
What? Jealous of what?
Memorizing the entire park.
Oh no, it was amazing when he was like telling me like, oh,
And not
that's where it
having a
is.
boyfriend.
That's crazy.
Well,
That's
that
crazy.
too.
That's crazy. You want a boyfriend, Wyatt? I mean, I didn't know you were like that. Oh, because Cairo said.
I mean, nothing wrong with that. There's
I
nothing
mean, yeah,
wrong
there's
with
nothing
that.
wrong with that, Wyatt.
You
You
know?
know. No, but jokes aside,
Peace and love.
peace and love, peace and love. He was showing us around, and I was just so amazed. But I felt so bad because one of my friends was not a big fan of rides. So when we were going on rides, she would just stay behind, and I felt so bad that it wasn't fun because we're leaving one out of it. And it was sad because her boyfriend was on the ride with us, but she wasn't on the ride with her boyfriend, and like she was being left out. I told her if there's a little ride that she could ride on, we'll go on that one. But she's like, no, I hate when she does it. It's okay. Don't worry about me. I like seeing you guys have fun. I'm like, no, it's not fun when you're not having fun. I
know that feeling.
No, I know. So the entire time we were having conversation, I was having a conversation with her boyfriend, and like we were getting along. This motherfucker is a genius. I felt so stupid around him.
Huh?
Nah.
Getting along. Huh?
I guess. Well, cause this was my first time meeting her boyfriend, right? I've heard stories about him. I've like been told like who he is.
Bet you have.
I've been told like who he is, like how he looks like, and what he does, right? But I never got to meet him, and this was the first time I was actually meeting him in person. And at first I was uncomfortable, but I was like, we're besties. I trust her boyfriend and stuff like that. And not anymore. Not anymore.
Aww.
This is your first big mistake.
Ouch.
No, yeah, but I trusted him, like, and he seemed like a chill guy at first. Like, he was making small talk with me and my best friend. And then, obviously, he was also into anime, so we were able to like get that good connection. If that wasn't in the picture, it would have been a little awkward because I didn't know what to talk about. I don't know what you're into, buddy. Cars? Hello?
Fair. Yeah, that's fair.
So
y'all like them cars?
We were talking about it, and then we started the topic of Poco no Pico. It was so funny.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
It was so funny.
Boy.
And then we went on Silver Bullet, and it was so funny because I decided to make a joke, and I was like, have you guys seen Final Destination? And my friend screamed when we launched, because once I said that, we launched. Silver Bullet was so fun, though. I loved it. I want to go on it again. Let me tell you, chat.
Do that.
I love scary rides, chat. I'm a huge fan of scary rides. I love the adrenaline rush that you get. I love when your heart sinks to your stomach. I love that feeling. Even like the aftermath, like when you get not dizzy, but like say like you get buzzed after the whole ride. That's the feeling I love. It's like a drug addiction. That's why I love rides so much. And
drugs?
No, it's like your own drugs, if that makes sense. But without actually hitting.
You're on crack?
Yeah. But I love the feeling. That's why every ride, if like there's an available ride, I take the chance to take it. Knots.
Can't believe it.
I love Silver Bullet. I want to go on it again because I loved it because you are literally going backwards. You're going backwards.
You're a crackhead?
Yeah. Did you know what's so funny? After Not Scary Farm, not even a week later, I see on the news that like the ride I was on one time, it literally shut down when people were upside down, and I was just like, oh
boy.
It's like that one episode of Jimmy Neutron.
Oh boy.
Jimmy Neutron. Carlos and Wyatt forbid you from hanging out with men. Real.
I didn't say that.
God, I'm smacked up like a white ass.
No, but like, oh hi Kai.
What the fuck is going on?
We're watching Not Scary Farm, and I'm just telling them my experience of what.
Rin admitted to being a crackhead.
I didn't. I said I love riding on rides to get the adrenaline rush, because it's like a drug addiction, better than doing drugs. It's not
And I asked
drugs.
if you're a crackhead, and she said yes. Play the recording back. So you know that.
It's better than any other drug. Just to be fair. Just to be fair.
Oh, hey, that's
So
that's
true.
great.
The cocaine or what?
Copacetic.
Yeah. Agree. Oh, but she's doing interviews.
It smells like up dog in here.
What's up, dog? You know what's so funny? I went in one of these, like, whatchamacallit? Those, what's it called? Scary mazes. I wasn't getting scared. I was getting scared because my friend kept yelling at my fucking ear. She was scaring me more than the actual thing.
The best way to
Have you-
experience a maze.
Rin
Hey, Rin,
has
have you been on the dragon ride?
dragon ride. Dragon D's
The
nuts are
These
cut.
nuts on your chin.
Fuck! I fell into that trap. On my own.
You lost the game.
Has drug addiction confirmed? What do you mean? Nah.
No,
That's
she's
wild.
on crack.
I'm on crack.
She's
I
on
snorted.
crack. No.
Have you noticed how everyone
Nah, you
used sus
infected.
before? Now nothing. Did everyone stop being sus in 2024? Yes. I'm still. Hey everyone, stop being sussy bonkers. God, I hate her, bro. It's just so funny though. The phrase that she says.
Throw you into a river.
Who said that?
Some piece of shit. That's who said it.
Real. Are you drunk? Not yet. I want to, but I don't know. Should I? Should I chat?
It's up to you.
No.
Did you what though?
One no, and should I drink? Should I drink?
At 1 mil?
At 1 mil? What do you mean 1 mil? Oh, I'm asking a
Good
question.
1 mil.
Should I drink? Yes or no? Really, Ren? Yeah, my
Okay,
idol.
Water? Yeah, you should.
I'm drunk. Catch up,
You
small
should
fry.
Drink water now.
I'm not. Okay, I'm not drunk. I'm completely sober right now. But chat's asking should I drink? Because
That's what
technically
she
this is a
wants
drinking
you to
stream.
think.
No, that's crazy. It's so crazy because my friends always think I'm drunk or high, but I'm not. That's just my energy.
No.
That's just my energy. That's
No,
just my energy.
She really is this stupid.
Well, it's...
1 for yes, 2 for no. Okay, so you guys don't have to. Yeah, yes. Do you guys really want me to drink? 1 for yes, 2 for no.
3.
3. So a bit of both. I could do a little bit of both.
Of
Take small slips.
69.
69. I love that number.
I'm sure you do.
You want proof of the beer? I have a wine bottle that my work ended up giving me. Yeah. It's from Italy.
Free wine.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Fancy. Sure. So yeah, okay, I'll go get it real quick. Give me
fancy.
5 minutes, chat, then. Give me 5 minutes.
Free
Can you guys entertain my chat, then?
Shit.
I can't even see the fucking chat. I'm in the phone. I got no internet. I only got on because of mobile data. I got bullshit. I don't even know what's going on. No, in all seriousness, no, I can't actually even see the chat at all.
Good.
What's actually been happening while I was away, though?
She admitted she's a crackhead.
Dude, she admitted that she was a crackhead.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. What the heck is actually going on? Pa, 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 pa.
Keep it up. You're our only entertainment till she gets back.
I cannot entertain at all again. All again, I do not know again. Clang, clang, clang. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, wah, 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 wah. Oh, wah, 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 wah.
She took 30 minutes to actually start this fucking stream, by the way.
Wait, what? Took 30
And she's
minutes.
like, oh, yeah, I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. 30 whole minutes later.
What happened, I wonder? Probably got called by family or something. Which, to be honest, makes sense if that ever happens. Written back or no? No? Okay. I would like to check God with a chancla. God, I feel so drunk and I'm not. I'm sober, but what the heck is this?
Okay, I'm back. I only got a little bit of
Finally,
wine.
oh my god.
Sorry. I got a little bit of wine.
I am not the. Oh god, why am I drunk? I haven't even drank a single drop of alcohol.
Real.
Yeah, but you drank like a whole half gallon of stupid juice.
Stupid juice is crazy.
The mad juice.
But I got my wine bottle, and then I got a chaser because I can never drink alcohol without a chaser.
It's wine.
But I don't like wine. But that's the only thing I have because my boss gave it to me, and I didn't know what it.
It's not meant to be drunk with a chaser. You drink whiskey with a chaser. You drink vodka with a chaser.
Technically, I drink tequila by itself because that shit is actually good.
Jesus Christ. You're pure Mexican.
Of course I am. So I drink that. I drink that by itself. Tequila, I drink by itself. I think
like wine less alcoholic than tequila or something.
It is, but
yeah,
like I said, that's the only alcohol that I have at the moment because my boss gave it to me one time. He gave me the whole bottle, and I didn't know what to do with it, so I kept it.
Your boss really loves to torture you, huh?
From the bottle.
Drink tequila. I don't have tequila. This is the only alcohol drink that I had. The wine bottle that he gave me.
He was giving you a clear message, and you didn't even pick it up.
Why did he give it to me? I don't know. Hey,
you know why.
Why?
Alcohol.
Why?
You're lost.
I don't know why my boss gave it to me. Oh, because we were celebrating.
Who's crunching so loud?
Huh?
Someone's crunching the food.
I mean, that's me.
Did you chew any louder?
But what was I saying? So technically, we were celebrating. Nobody finished the wine bottle. Nobody wanted it. And then my boss goes to me, "Do you want it?" And I was like, "Sure." Because I didn't want to waste it. He didn't want to waste it. So I took it home. And I didn't know what to do with it because I don't like wine.
What's it called?
What's it called? Fuck, I didn't even check. But it's from Italy. I know that. But it's white.
Come on.
It's like white.
Come on. What's the brand?
Let me go get the fucking bottle. I put it in the cup so my... No, Nobody would see it. Hold on, give me 1 second then.
Did you really just grab it and then just put it back, then come back? Damn. Anyway, you guys have a good one. And if friend comes back, just tell her that I need to blow up, explode. You guys take care.
Bye. Just kidding.
Okay, it's like sparkling wine or some shit like that. I don't know.
What's the brand?
The name is called. Hold on, I have it right here. It's. Let me show it chat too. It's named La Marca or some shit like that. Let me put it in IRL photos technically. Making sure my dogs aren't out actually.
Where my dog's at?
Where my dogs?
Get that dog.
There you go. I put it in. Oh, I put it in cooking, but I'll delete it. It's from Italy apparently. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I want to see.
What?
It's actually you saved a bundle, all 16 bucks.
60 bucks?
16, 1-6.
Oh, it's not that bad actually. I thought it was gonna be expensive.
I'd be pretty insulted actually.
It's good that it's not that much alcohol though. I don't need that much.
But like, dude, boss, you're only willing to drop 16 bucks on wine?
Yes. Yeah.
May as well just give me a 6-pack.
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
legit-
I like I said, I'm not an alcoholic. I don't know. They hit the Twin Towers. I know.
They hit the Pentagon.
Loud, turn on the TV. They hit the Pentagon.
They hit the Pentagon.
They hit the fucking Pentagon.
No.
The South Tower has just collapsed.
But yeah, that's what I'm drinking. And
Turn
I
on the
have
TV. It
a
doesn't matter
Monster
what
Chaser.
channel.
People are jumping out the buildings.
But yeah. Like I said, chat, the thing is, I'm not an alcoholic. I don't take more than 3 shots. Maximum 3 shots.
I'm the same way.
Like, because I'm scared to get really bad. I think one time on stream, I think I had... What did I have? I had soju. I had fucking... What's it called? Another wine bottle. And then I had... What did I have? I had something. I know it was not... It was... Oh! It was, bomb. Was...
A bomb.
What is it called?
A bomb.
What is
From
it
a
called?
bomb factory.
What is it
About
called?
bombs.
Nukes,
Nukes.
Grenades. Molotov.
A
Fucking,
buzzball. A buzzball.
There you go.
I had a buzzball. I had 2 of them, and that's why I think one time on stream I was really fucked up. Like, I wasn't fucked up. I was still conscious, but I was like, I was feeling it. I was feeling it though, and I was scared. Afterwards, thank God. Like, yeah, because
Yeah,
like I said,
when you get to that point to where you start almost blacking out, that's almost like the scariest feeling in the world.
oh yeah,
And it's also
That's
it
me.
also sucks because you know you're gonna get like the worst hangover afterwards.
See, that's where you're wrong. I always drink water after every alcoholic drink that I have, and I never have a hangover.
So thank God I'm one of those kinds of people that drinks
Ooh,
like
that shit tastes
nothing
nasty.
but water.
Actually. Wait. Oh, I like that aftertaste.
That's what she said.
No, but that's why, like, I went over my limit, and I didn't have a huge headache, but I felt like I was fucked up. So, and then luckily Charlie was there after the call, and I felt so bad because I literally got aggressive with him. I said, fuck you. And then he's like, whoa. And I was like, that's when I woke up from my conscious. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. And I kept apologizing.
Aggression drunk?
Okay. When I assume when I'm
Mexican,
drunk.
so.
Okay. When I assume when I'm drunk, I'm either a laughter person, or like just a quiet person. And my friends have told me that, like, a thing when I got fucked up on tequila, they said I became quiet, like literally dead silent. I would just zone out. Or either I just laugh. Even if the joke is not funny, I just start to laugh. But this was the first time I think I found a secret drunk me, aggressive drunk me. Cause Charlie went, go drink water, and I said, fuck you. And he's like, whoa. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. He's like,
it's really only natural. Because women process alcohol like testosterone, so it makes them angry and violent. That's science.
Science. Ooh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't taste good when you drink it, but then the aftertaste, it hits you and it's good. But it's shit.
Drink it. Just drink it straight.
Oh, there you go. I was in Japan. I had a thing for Strong Zero because everybody's like, "Oh my god, you need to try Strong Zero. It's so good." I had one can, knock the shit out of me.
When will turn in the Avengers? Hell yeah!
Strong Zero, by the way, is a very deadly, not seriously deadly, but like it's crazy how one can of Strong Zero, like it's a normal size can.
Mm-hmm.
That thing fucked me up, and I normally try not to drink that much, but it's like Strong Zero's good.
Yeah.
So I had the whole can, thinking, at worst I'll be slightly buzzed, maybe a level or two above it, but not to the point to where I'm almost blacking out. No, I almost blacked out.
Mm-hmm. No, and name, don't worry, I don't have work tomorrow, so I'll be good tomorrow if I get fucked up.
You're gonna get fucked up if you keep crunching that shit. What are you eating?
I'm eating ceviche.
What is that?
It's do I really need to show you? How do I spell that?
No, you can just tell me.
Well, I don't know what it is in English. It's like a fish dish or some sort, like a healthy dish.
Fish what?
Oh,
shrimp
okay.
dish. Yeah, it has like fucking tomatoes. It got like, what does it have? I don't know what mine has. It has like.
How do you crunch with tomatoes?
Cause the tostadas, the little fucking this. The tostadas. The hard chips. You could, okay, as you Americans call it, hard chips. That's what I'm eating.
We call them tortilla chips.
Tortilla chips. We call it tostadas. And apparently in America it's called
tortillas? No.
Tortillas. I'm drinking a Russian beer and it's 13% alcohol in each can. I'm 4 cans in. Hell yeah, Eduardo, let's get fucked up tonight. Ceviche peak. Yeah, I'm eating that. So I'm having ceviche, but I'm also having alcohol wine. Sparkling wine, apparently, it's called.
Alcohol wine.
Alcohol wine. So it's because I have to have something to eat. I didn't eat anything today. And it's fucking 10:51, so I'm eating while drinking. So it doesn't hurt me afterwards.
Yeah.
But we're also doing a night drive, chat. We're doing a night drive.
Don't let her fucking drive you around. She'll kill you.
Real.
See, that's reaching up your ass.
Hey, it could be worse. Could be, the bones cracking.
She could be eating
like that.
Fish heads. She could be eating like fish
like
heads
that.
or something like that.
Hold on, wait, let me crack my back real quick. It's been a while. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Too bad that wasn't your neck.
I did crack my neck though. It wasn't that bad though. Hold on, one more time.
But you got to do it 180 degrees.
I also cracked the middle, but I can't because I'm in a chair.
Actually, better yet, go a full 360
It's
degrees on the neck.
It's insane how there's a person that could crack their bones that loudly.
Surprising?
I can't do that.
Now you die. You're gonna crack your back and you'll be in a wheelchair.
Rin's alcohol form is nah. I'm not an alcoholic, Jack. I just drink when I want, not want to, but when I want to.
That's an alcoholic.
No.
Yeah.
When I want to have fun with my friends. And it's rare. It's rare because sometimes they're not drinking. But hey, Edward said drink. I'm drinking.
When was the last time you drank?
Last time I drank was 2 months ago.
That's not rare.
Last month with Charlie and you guys.
Last month?
Yeah, right?
That is not rare at all.
Rare what? Last time I drank was
semi-regular.
No, last time I drank was last month, and then before that was like a year. Like, yeah, I'll take shots, but like drinking fully? No, I don't do that.
That's still drinking.
But it's one shot. One shot of soju is nothing.
Yeah, it is. It's something.
It's something.
Borderline.
Not
You're
bad.
imbibing an alcoholic substance. You're imbibing poison. How could you? That's why you're so small.
Actually, I'm small because of my genetics and then my genes in my families, and also
Your
because
genes.
I didn't go out much, and I also apparently didn't drink enough milk.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll do it. Milk.
Midget.
No, oh my god, okay, chat, let me tell you this, but I don't want you guys calling me this in the near future. Growing up, my neighborhood always knew I was born small. I was actually born really small, chat. Literally, I was born small.
Like,
compared to my siblings.
like she's so small she can
I could show you guys, actually,
I
because I will get permission from Katara. I'll show you guys a picture of my baby self, like, born. I was really fucking small.
She can hang glide with a Dorito.
I think I was like a size of like, what is it? Maybe a little bigger than those big gulps from 7-Eleven or some shit like that.
Good lord.
I was like that, maybe a little bigger, but maybe I was like the size of a big gulp.
Yeah, a little bigger.
But I was the size of like
bigger.
I was the size of a big gulp, and yeah. What was it?
She's being so generous.
But the wind would take me. It does. It actually does take me. It literally does. I think one time when it was windy where I was at school one time, I literally tumbled because the wind was so strong one time. Don't be scared.
Front ways or back ways?
Sideways. Because
you
the
did
wind
a
was
sideways tumble.
because the wind was blowing it's like pushing me to the side, if that makes sense. Yes.
So you did a cartwheel?
I love doing cartwheels though.
But you did a cartwheel because of the wind.
Yeah, I did a whole front flip. What was it?
You poor bastard.
What was it? But growing up, my neighborhood would always like call me Tiny. 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 That was like my nickname.
Is there any other way to spell it?
I got it. You spell it Midget.
Well, I mean...
No, yeah, it was so funny because every single time they'll be like, "Hi, Tiny. Hey, look, there's Tiny over there."
Salchicha.
Salchicha, that's sausage.
No, Vienna sausage. The ones in the cans.
Oh.
That's you.
No, I wasn't that small, chat. I was just growing so slow, okay? And then I stopped growing.
Wish I had that problem.
Yeah, apparently, like, what was it? My neighborhood would call me Tiny, and so basically, my parents also started calling me Tiny. But after all the neighbor people left, I stopped hearing it because nobody would call me tiny anymore. But I kept that so hidden because I don't want people calling me tiny anymore. It's just so triggering.
So instead of getting tall, you got like bloated.
Bloated.
Yeah, a little chunky.
I got a little chunky getting COVID because that was really so bad. I was like depressed.
I mean, who didn't?
Who did it?
Everybody was
Many
inside.
people, there was many people that have bragged that they got fit during COVID.
Oh. They're lying.
I mean, yeah, they treated it like they were in jail.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do when you're in jail? You work out.
I think because of the lockdown, I think I became like my physical biggest.
Oh, shit.
Not like because I got fit, but because I just kept eating because I was bored. I was like, whatever. I'll just.
Well, because the gyms were closed, and I get it. People are gonna say like, "Why don't you go to the fucking park and run?" Okay.
I ain't got a park near me. I don't even have that.
No, but like people would say like, "Why didn't you at least like try working out at home?" You know how hard it is to work out at home, with your family always bugging you. It's so hard.
So I bought an exercise bike because I was like, I might as well do some sort of workout at home. I don't even use it.
Real?
Like, I set it up, used it maybe once or twice when I got it set up. Like, okay, cool. I'll use this when I'm free or when I want to, do something while I'm watching something.
Mm-hmm.
And then I never used it.
Yeah. Nah, I get that. COVID arc was bulking season for most, but for many, it was the time when people were getting chunky, and I was one of those people. I did get chunky, and it was hard because, like, with my height, obviously you have to be a certain weight. I think for my height, for 11, you have to be like at least 100. Was it like 100 pounds or something like that? I don't know.
She's trying to be really nice to you guys, but in reality, she became bullet.
No. I feel incredibly slim for my size though, or for what for my height.
No, yeah, I don't know why there's a chart to like when you're a certain height you have to be this weight. I don't know why, but I understand that because
I feel like that's a good general area.
Yes.
But like a lot of those charts are more like, hey, you have to be this.
You have to be this.
Like no, it's a good general. Area.
Yeah.
Chunkiness do go burr. That's right. Chunkiness do go burr.
Yeah, and I was over my weight. I was a little overweight compared as I should be for my height. I was a little chubby, but that was because of COVID. I was depressed. We weren't going out. I wasn't going to the gym, right? And it was hard to work out at home. And what else? Like literally. After COVID ended,
around the midsection.
After COVID ended, yes, I started going to the gym. I started losing a little weight. It's still there. I still have baby fat and still have like a little fat, but it's more like was it bulk than fat, if that makes sense. It's muscle. Yeah. There you go. But before chat, I was like 130, and now I'm like 100. Around like 100. No, I was 136. And then I went to 130. Then I went up a little bit at 132. Because when you're in a Mexican household, you're going to be fed so much food. On God. Your families want you to eat. So that's why I was 136. And then I obviously I gained weight because of my family members. But I lost that weight after COVID. I was 132. Or no, I was 130 and then I went up a little bit because of my family members. Then I'm starting to go down. I'm trying to, there's like a thing called calorie deficit. So right now I'm 130. I'm keeping that weight, apparently. But apparently I'm not supposed to be 130. I'm supposed to be below that, apparently. Let me see. The weight you have to be for a 4'11" person.
Yeah, oh my.
You are still below me. In weight.
Below
not
you?
By much.
In weight?
Not by much. In weight.
In weight.
Because like I'm 150, 155, I think.
There you
Somewhere
go.
there.
You have to be around 115 pounds or 91 to 115 pounds. Apparently, for the range they want you to be.
What does it say for 5'11"?
5'11"? Damn, you're tall, Wyatt.
Yeah.
Everyone's tall. Everybody is taller than you, Randy.
You have to
Everybody.
be at the average weight for a 5'11" male is between 150 and 190 pounds.
So on a good day, I am just at that weight. Okay, good to know.
But it depends on the factor because most of like the body fat percentage and the muscle mass.
So you could be ripped and you could still be over your BMI.
Yes,
Yeah.
apparently they said approximately 136 to 178 pounds. The healthy weight. The healthy weight, they said.
Healthy weight. Healthy weight.
Healthy.
Healthy weight.
But like I said, they want me to be at least 115 or 110 pounds. I'm a little over that. A lot over that, actually. But
Not too bad, though.
yeah, apparently I'm not supposed to be above my weight. So, for my height, I mean.
You could have a heart attack.
So that's why I'm still trying to lose weight. It's hard because of work, but I do get my steps in at work. I'm walking around so much. And I did see a lot. I've been losing weight because I've been getting my 10K steps, as people say. Maybe more, but then also because chat is really bad. Don't do this. I'm rarely eating because the meal schedule is a little blur, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't eat breakfast. Sometimes I do eat breakfast depending on the meal. But most of the time I don't eat breakfast. I wait until like fucking 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. where I start to eat. Sometimes I eat like a small portion meal. I think yesterday I ate like eggs and sausages. And then waited until 10 p.m. to eat another meal. Or sometimes I don't eat at all. That's just one fucking meal. That's what I'm saying. Don't do that, chat. But, like, because of my work schedule, it's hard to fucking eat whenever I can. I do get snacks from time to time. Like, I get snack breaks. I eat, like, what is it? These fucking...
Toe jam?
No. What are they called? They're like these cookies. Little small cookies.
You said cock.
Cock?
Cookies? Shit. See,
okay, I'll just say an Oreo cookie. Do you know, like, those little mini Oreos? I'll just say that. It's, like, similar to that. But that's what I eat as a small little snack, right? If I get a little hungry. But, like I said, chat, I rarely eat. And that's why I'm also losing weight. But that's really bad, chat. Don't ever do that. Eat your 3-course meal.
I always end up like skipping. If I either eat breakfast because of work and then skip lunch, or I skip breakfast and eat lunch and dinner.
Mm-hmm. No.
So I'm always skipping one major meal, but also I also kind of make up for it by snacking a little bit more often.
But, like... Carlos, unfortunately, I might have to remove that because we cannot talk about politics in here.
Bomb.
What was it? We, What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Apparently, you're supposed to have 3 meals a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Mm-hmm.
I only have at least 1 or 2 meals a day, which is bad. And sometimes one of those meals are really fattening. That's why I don't eat the entire day.
I'm the same way.
Yeah. It's really bad, chat. I think you guys should be healthy.
Practice what you preach.
That would be nice.
Mm-hmm. There was a time where I wanted to change my eating schedule where they said that you should not eat at least after 9 or 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it becomes challenging because I don't sleep until like fucking 12 a.m. or some shit like that, right? So obviously you'll start to get hungry, right? And you'll start to crave.
What will one little snack before bed do?
Little, yeah, I know, right? But they want you to not eat like so late at night because that, what is it? I forgot what it's called, but it's very bad for you apparently if you eat so late.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't like the whole health thing or whatever.
There's a lot of like health nuts that are just too obsessive over it. Like, I understand wanting to stay on top of your health, but then it gets to the point where you're kind of just obsessing over little things.
Vegans.
Okay.
Here's the thing. When
I
you
wasn't going to
guys
say
were
it, but you did, so, you know.
We're okay. We can talk about vegans because
when
go
you
ahead.
guys were in school, did you guys have the health pyramid or the health plate?
Health plate?
Yeah.
I think both. I'd say both, because I know the plate and I know the pyramid, so I'd say both.
I don't remember. God.
Use that little tiny pea brain of
no,
yours and
actually,
think.
none. Actually, yes and none, because I went to an all-American school, but my school was... No. But my school was very different. They didn't give a shit about your health, technically. I think, obviously, in elementary, they do make you do a little exercise. Like, they make you run miles, they make you do jumping jacks, push-ups, jump rope, da-da-da. But once you get to middle school, I think in 6th grade... they'd make you do a little bit of exercise, pacer test, like, what is it?
The pacer test.
I love
fitness
it.
pacer test, aerobic capacity test.
Yeah, the fitness grand pacer test. They would make you, I loved it in 6th grade, but then I hated it afterwards because it got so annoying that people would brag about, like, oh my god, I did so much.
It was so, like, to me it was fine. I wasn't great at it, but I was definitely not the worst.
Oh yeah, I know.
But, like, it got annoying because... Like, it started off as, like, a special deal in middle school, and then I get into high school, and we're doing it almost every Friday.
Damn.
And it was like, okay, I'm getting annoyed with this. But whatever.
Down, up, down,
no, up. I hated the push-up one because I could not do a single push-up. I would fucking maybe do a half, like a 1/2 or some shit, but I would fail. And for the, what was it, the ab ones? What is it called? A pull-up? No, what is it called?
Sit up.
Sit up. I was okay. I was decent. I only probably did like 10, maybe, because it would get fast. It would get faster. So you have to keep up with the pace. The thing that my school did, huh?
It did get fat.
No, but this was before I got fat. I was really fit, okay, because I was in middle school. No, but the thing is, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. My school was like really bad with exercising because, say this, if you were just a little behind, if you were off a beat, you would just immediately just stop, right?
Oh yeah.
That's why I mean, like, I would always be at like 10 because it would get progressively faster and it would be hard to keep up, right? And so if you're off a beat, you're technically off, like already done. You're done, right? And that's the same thing with the pacer test. If you are a little behind, you're done. You're done.
Pretty much.
And like, even if you still have energy for it, but like if you're still falling behind, you're done. So that's why I feel like in my schools they didn't care about exercise much, and that's why. And like until after 6th grade, right? I mean, before 6th grade. Yeah. And I remember the pacer test. I remember relay race. I participated in that a lot. Oh. I love the relay race. I was really fast in my grade, and they would always put me at the end because obviously they needed the fastest runner at the end. Mm. And so I would always be last, and we won twice, 2 in a row. I was always red.
I was not the fastest, but I was definitely not
the slowest.
Even close to the slowest. I was pretty good for my age when it comes to like my physical attributes, because like I could run decently fast. I was able to. I wasn't the strongest either, but nah, I ain't gonna complain about that, to be honest.
Yes.
But yeah, my school was very much on top of like the health and stuff to the point to where it was slightly annoying, because like my school in particular was a health nut type of school, where it was like they...
Hold on, keep talking. I could hear you, but I'm gonna be changing my pants. Hold on.
They definitely were not... They definitely didn't want any fat kids, I guess. I don't know how else to say it, but they just didn't want any fat kids in the school. It didn't work, but they were like shoving the pyramid every chance they get, and the plate, whatever they could find, to be like, hey, you better eat healthy, be healthy, whatever. It's like, oh,
No.
a little annoying, but I'm just also kind of glad that I wasn't there when everything started becoming veganized.
Mm-hmm.
Because that school did end up starting to like turn everything into vegan stuff.
Oh yeah, like I said, my school didn't give a shit. Like everything was so fat. Like there was, oh my god, in high school technically, they would serve pizza every single day. You had the option to have pizza or either fucking whatever other options there were, right? But mostly people ate the pizza. And
elementary lunches to me are like peak.
My middle school lunch was so awesome, bro. Literally, we got 𝘙𝘩𝘓. We got healthy 𝘙𝘩𝘓. We didn't get like those like with meats. We got like with veggies and like.
Oh yeah. It
was really good. I always loved getting that when they had the chance. Obviously, we had like Pizza Friday or Pizza Thursday, whatever.
Yeah.
And they would always, oh, bless my school. I want to know what pizza they were serving, because they would give you a bunch of options. You could get like 2 slices of pepperoni, 2 slices of cheese, or you could get a slice of pepperoni and a slice of cheese in a box. And it was so good. Oh god, it was so bussin', bro. I remember I creamed my pants. No, but it was so good, and I loved the lunches in middle school. I was so obsessed with it because they were healthy too, but they were so good in nutrition. And like the sodas were low on calories, low on sugar too. What was it? The ice creams were like really good too. We had smoothies. We had like slushies. In my middle school.
Man. What?
Yeah, we had for breakfast we would get like brownies or like, what was it, like cereal, or either you could get multiple things. Yes, like I said, my middle school lunch was so good. Like it was healthy, and it was also just bussin'. It was better. I miss it. I miss eating there. I never
thought I'd be jealous, because like I would have figured like we would have gone to the same style of school, but damn. Like, this is why I said, like, elementary school for me, like, the lunchtime then was peak, because, like, all the real good lunches were right there. I mean, middle school was fine. Like, middle school I had, like, the awesome, like, the food was great. It was a little bit rare that we would get, like, the same thing twice per week. But we would get, like, you know, we get pizza, we get chicken, like, tenders and nuggets or whatever. We get fucking... oh god, like Thanksgiving was such a great time, because they would just throw everything to the wall.
Oh damn.
For lunch. Like everything imaginable would be available, and it was nice.
Yeah.
But like once I got into high school, like things just kind of went like slightly downhill. It got to the point where everything was the same every week. Which was, I guess, fine. Which I guess is fine, but like,
you know, in middle
kind of
school,
repetitive.
I loved my lunch ladies, because they would, along with your lunch, they would bake cookies every morning, depending on the season. If it's just a regular thing, they'll just make like, you know, just like a sun cookie or some shit like that, right? But if it was like seasonal, like Christmas or some shit, or like Leprechaun or something. I forgot, what was it called? Patrick's Day. There you go.
St. Patrick's Day.
They would design the cookies and serve them. It was so good. They did the best. Like I said, my middle school lunch was so great. I would say elementary too, because I love the smiley fries. I love the chicken tendies. I love the,
Smiley fries are goated.
Yeah, the burgers that they served in elementary school. Like I said, it was so good. But I think my middle school was so peak for that shit. For the meals that they served, right? I wish I can go back to my middle school and eat their lunch again. Oh God. It was so healthy. But yeah, like I said, oh yeah, we were talking about health. Yeah. That's why I feel like in middle school / high school, that's where I got chubby, because my school rarely cared about health after 6th grade. They give you an option to sit around or either do an activity, and kids will tend to do activities from some point, but then they'll get lazy and they'll just start to chat with their friends in PE and whatever, right?
Yeah.
And that's why, because the teachers did not give a shit. You just get an automatic A, right?
Yeah, that's how PE was for my school.
Yeah, in high school, in 9th grade, like freshman year, they would make you run from time to time. But after freshman year, yeah, you don't have to do it anymore. That's just one exercise. That's it. That's it. You're done. You're done.
That would be.
And that's why I was like, yeah, after high school, like, you're on your own for your own health. Your health is your own health.
My school was very much, at least for PE, they were very lenient on how they enforce shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they didn't really care what you did, I guess, as long as you slightly participated. Then there you go, you get yourself an A. But like, I don't know. To me, I was always that one that at the very least I would participate, because I enjoyed PE. It was a lot different, a lot better, I'd say. And also being able to be like, oh, I can play kickball or dodgeball. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I always loved dodgeball, because my strategy would just be that I would just catch. I wouldn't throw. I would just catch.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about sports. You mentioned dodgeball. Dodgeball was so cool, but people would throw that shit hard. I never participated in it because I would keep throwing it in people's balls. Same with soccer. They banned me. Okay, it was so funny in my middle school because they banned me from soccer because I kept hitting people in the stomach or either the balls.
Oh.
So every time we play soccer or do an activity with balls included, they would just tell me to go on the bench.
Kickball. Oh my god.
Kickball wasn't bad because there wasn't much people and I was actually kicking it high instead of low.
I didn't care. I would get out a lot because I would do this, but I was like, dude, I just want to see that ball get like skyrocket to the sky, so I'd kick it.
Oh yeah.
But it worked out. I started to get better at the kicking, so I started to like actually be really good at it.
Yeah.
And because I was also really good at catching balls, dodgeball, anything that kids were anything that was being kicked, I would always find a way to catch it because I was so good at catching.
Oh yeah, I loved kickball.
They hated me. They hated me when I was on the other team.
Really, huh?
I'm too competitive.
You know what's so funny? That we would end up switching players because people got jealous if they were better. Like if one player was better than the other. Like, oh no, we want them now.
The only sport that I could calmly say I struggled with in gym was volleyball.
Oh my god, let me tell you a story about volleyball. Okay, I'm decent at sports. Decent, but not the greatest. But not the best. Wait, that's the same thing. Hold on. I'm the best, but not the worst.
Just in the middle.
The middle, but maybe a little below middle. In volleyball, I knew, okay, if I was, like, playing with myself in volleyball, like, you know, hitting the ball in the sky with my palms.
Yeah.
Palms? Yeah. No, not my palms. Was it fucking...
Wrist.
Your wrist. Yes, your hands. I would do a good job, but when it actually comes to like the head-and-head volleyball, oh, I was ass.
Yeah, I was kind of I don't know what it is about my upper body. I never really had like the strength. Because when we were playing volleyball, we were using the fucking most official ball we could find. So we were using like these very heavy, to me at least, volleyballs, and I couldn't really serve well. I mean, like, I could, but I would fucking feel the pain immediately afterwards. Like, I'd have to spike it really hard in order to even get it over the net.
No,
but
yeah.
They for whatever reason, I don't know why, but they always wanted me to serve. I kept telling them, like,
Yes!
I kept telling them, and I kept showing to them, proving to them that I cannot do it.
Yes.
But nobody else wanted to do it, so I was like,
I think, you know what I think? They just
Fine.
want you to get embarrassed or some shit. They want to embarrass you in front of everyone. Because that was literally my group in middle school when we were doing volleyball one time as an activity. They would always make me serve, but I told them I was so asked to fucking serve because I kept hitting the net. And obviously that's not allowed, right?
yeah.
And I told them, why can't anybody? Like, no, you're really good at it. What the fuck you mean I'm good at it?
You're really good.
But I'm like, I realize now, they just wanted me to get embarrassed.
So true.
But I remember there was this kid that liked me in middle school, and he accidentally hit me with the volleyball.
Oh.
It was so funny. He fucking touched my ear. He was like, I'm so sorry. And I was like, you're fine. The thing is, Chad, I'm so nice. Even if, like, you fucking, like, even if it was on purpose, right? I'm so fucking nice for it, bro. Or even if it was on accident, I'm so nice. I take a good hit. It hit my ear. It didn't hit my face. It hit my ear. It hit my side ear. And he was, like, apologetic. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I was like, it's okay. It wasn't your fault. It's a fucking volleyball game.
So,
Unfazed.
for dodgeball, when I was in middle school, I think this was it had to be the last year of middle school. We had gym with a bunch of high school students, and they started to get offended at how I was not the aggressive attacker, but rather the aggressive defender. So I would, catch the ball and not throw it at them or whatever. They got offended at that, and one of them just fucking threw a fastball straight to my face.
Ooh.
And I was gonna say I didn't take offense to it, but I got knocked down.
Damn. Nah, I get
So I
it.
was like, I didn't really think too much of it.
Man down,
because,
man
like,
down.
Because I was just like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that was funny, I guess.
That was funny, I guess. I know. I'm telling you, there was a lot of incidents where I was embarrassed, but like either I was humiliated, but I did not care. I'm a sweet person. I don't give a shit sometimes. I do feel something, but like I don't show it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
What was it? What else? Oh, have you ever played Capture the Flag?
Yes.
I
Many
love that
times.
game. That game, I
There's,
was a huge ass fucking beast. There was a time where we were capturing each other's flag. There was me and this guy that was competing, and apparently that was the guy that liked me, right? It was in middle school, and this motherfucker was so slick, bro. I was capturing everybody's flag. I had a family member that was also in the game with me, so I was being a little tease and went after them. I had my back turned against everybody. But the thing is, I notice when people are looking behind me or something. I noticed he was looking behind me, and I turn around, and in the exact same moment, he grabs my flag, but because I thought quickly, I grabbed his flag, and we both spun around.
Awesome.
And then we both fucking captured each other's flags. So technically, none of us were out, because we each had our own flag. You know? So we were still in the game, but then we decided to walk away for the situation, because that was crazy.
There was a variation of Capture the Flag that we would sometimes play, called Fort Knox. At least at my school, it was called Fort Knox, where they would set up a little base.
Yeah.
They would set up a little base at each end, filled with what were they? There were, I think for the sake of it,
Jails.
for the sake of it, just like the little thingies that you would put inside of them.
Yeah.
So the goal was to take all of theirs from theirs and put them over to your end. And there was like multiple of them. So we played that quite a bit. I'd say maybe more than regular Capture the Flag, but that was incredibly fun for me because I would always like to play medic, because if you get tagged on the other side, you were down, but you have to be down where you were tagged at. And the only way you were going to get revived is if a medic came and pulled you back to the other side.
Yeah, the medic had to go over there, and it was risky because if the medic's down, the
I
medic's
loved
down.
it.
I
loved it so much. I love playing medic just because I would always become less of an objective player and more of just, all right, well, I got to get as many men as possible to stay up, so here I come.
No, yeah, Capture the Flag was something. Literally, we would play hours on end to the point like when the teachers always come to say what the activity is for today, if they mention to Capture the Flag, everyone is excited. And then even after PE, when the teacher's like, all right, that's enough for today, people become so fucking sad afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just really good. You know?
Was there ever like an activity that was considered like basic enough to where like if the PE teacher didn't think of anything, they were just going with something basic?
Capture the Flag.
Okay, for me it was dodgeball.
Really? We didn't. Okay, the thing is, in my middle school, we didn't have a gym.
Okay.
We didn't have a gym.
That makes sense.
Our gyms wasn't ready. They were making it, but it wasn't ready. So basically, that's why if they couldn't think of something, they'll just do Capture the Flag on the field. And what I mean, like, we did multiple activities outside, or like they didn't care, like, because they were making the gym. They didn't give a shit, obviously.
Yeah.
As long as your kids are at least doing something, like, even if they're just chatting or walking around, that's something.
Yeah.
That's why middle school was so bad. But yeah, if they didn't have nothing, they'll just take out the flag basket and say, all right, go play Capture the Flag.
Okay.
But
yeah,
it was so sad because the whole class had a choice. You could if the whole gym class was involved, it would be fun. But there was a time where they were like, you could do whatever you want. You could do Capture the Flag, you could do volleyball. Some decided to do different things, and it wasn't fun. Because involving the whole class, it will be extra fun. It will be more players. It'll be like, it'll be hard. It'll like the game will continue on and on. But if it's less people, obviously you're gonna finish faster. You're gonna like lose interest.
Yeah. And it just wouldn't feel as big or as eventful.
Yeah, and that's what happened, I think, at a certain point, and people just didn't give a shit about Capture the Flag anymore.
Right. So there was regular dodgeball that we would do if the teacher couldn't think of anything. But then there was also, this is insane to think about, but there was a free-for-all dodgeball where you weren't on any teams. You were just by yourself against the whole fucking class. Which, holy shit, was... So, my gym classes would normally be like 30, maybe 40 people. So, it was just 30, maybe more, free-for-all with dodgeball rules. You get a ball, you throw it at somebody, and if they're down, the only way they get back up is you go down. So... It was kind of like a simple way of being like, hey, it's a game that'll last forever theoretically, unless somebody eliminates everybody, which did happen a few times. But I mean, there was that. Trying to think what else, because like a lot of the basic stuff that we did in gym was still like, play dodgeball, play, the quickly set up stuff for the Capture the Flag, or hell, they even do kickball. Just be like, they get the ball, just be all like, all right, quickly make teams, and we are doing kickball. yippee.
Mm.
And like we didn't really like obviously for kickball we didn't keep score. We tried to, but then like we made it. There was like a little special rule where, if you kick the ball and you're rounding third to go to home, you have a choice between crossing one path and going back to the end of the line to kick again, or you cross another path and you could just keep going, just keep rounding bases.
Damn.
Till you get out.
Really? Huh.
So like, at some point, because since that was a thing, we were just like, we're not gonna really keep score. You could just kind of get the vibe of it, I guess. I don't know. There was like there was a period where we would do like tennis. Tennis wasn't terrible. Like we had we played like full scale tennis. Right? Like we have tennis courts, so we went to the tennis courts and we played tennis there, but we also played pickleball, which was like the smaller version. So we'd set up miniature tennis nets inside the gym, and we would I think there was like I don't want to say tournament, but there was like a competition. Like we would gather somebody to be our partner, and then we would go and play other teams, and we would tally our wins and losses, and whoever won got a prize. I don't know what the prize was because my team didn't do well, but but like there was that. I remember in elementary school we even did like makeshift bowling.
Bowling?
Yeah, so we would build the lanes using tables. And we would use the pins as empty bottles of soda.
Damn. Okay.
So, I remember that being a big thing in elementary school. That was not a competition, but it was something that we did for like a week straight before Christmas. I remember that.
Wow.
What else was there? I mean, elementaries, I don't remember much from elementary gym because it wasn't often that we went. It was like a once every other week deal.
Once every other week? For us, it was like every day. Like, it was like part of a subject. Like, not a subject.
So for me in elementary school, we had like the things called specials. So we would go to like art, music, what were the others? Library, computer lab, I'm thinking of other stuff.
Do you remember?
But like,
do you know?
they would be like once a day things. Go on.
Like from library, when we had to go to the library and read a book or something, right?
Yeah.
I would pretend to read a book because it was so fucking boring.
For me, I would always just pick the same like 5 books and just because like I didn't really think anything of it. I was just like, oh, library, all right, cool. I'll go and grab like the same book that I've always read, and I'll just read it. They're not gonna know, and even if they do, they're not gonna really care. We're getting something to read, I guess. So we would like I would just get like the same like 5 easy to read books or something like that. Yeah. They at one point had an entire series of books off of like just learning about the states. So I went with that.
Hold my balls like this.
And then
I need someone to hold my.
Oh yeah, my bad. Continue.
Hi, Charlie.
Hi.
Go ahead, continue, Wyatt.
There was all the Diary of the Wimpy Kid books.
Oh, that was okay.
Or at least the early ones. Those were fine. I read those a bunch more than I should. What else was it? There wasn't like a whole like the library was big and it had a lot of books, but none that were interesting. At least to me.
Okay, let's start a new topic. What was the worst thing about like a certain like middle school, high school, elementary? What was the worst thing about like? I have a story, but go ahead, Wyatt.
No, you go ahead because I gotta think about mine.
My teacher wouldn't let me read comic books. Really? Oh, well, we didn't have comic books in my elementary or middle school. Like, it was just, you know, it was either history books. It was either, like, what, it wasn't a comic. I think it was, like, just, like, stories from, I can't remember. Diary of the Wimpy Kid, I know that one. Or it was, like, the Harry Potter books. They were, like, advanced books. But, like I said, I did not read any of them because I didn't give a shit. It was just, like... It was like a class for reading where you just stay quiet and just read. You're not getting quizzed on. You just have to read. But like I said, I didn't care about it, so I didn't read any books. I just pretended to read because we were not being quizzed on it. But the worst thing was middle school. No, not middle school. It was elementary. Because that's when this teacher created my anxiety on, like, social life. Okay. There's a thing where your parents have a choice to put you in a special ed class or not. My parents did not know what a fucking special ed class was. They thought it was, like, maybe an advanced class, right? So they signed me up, and they put me in that special ed group, and I was there for, like, 4 years, maybe? 4 years maximum, probably. I can't remember. But I was always... ahead of the group because there was this sweet ass old lady that she was so funny and she loved my sweetness, but we would always just read books. We would always, like, quiz ourselves, and, like, sometimes she would drag you out of class to help you with work, help you finish homework so you don't have to do it at home, right?
Yeah.
But she was gonna retire soon, so she was introducing us to this guy. Let's call him, actually, I'm gonna fucking dox his ass. Mr. C. That's what's his name. Mr. C, as I call him. Mr. Big B. Mr. Big C. But he was the fucking worst. She introduced me to him. He was fine. I didn't have a good feeling with him, but I was like, hey, he's fine. He's a teacher. I don't care. But there would become a point where if I read slow, he would become pissed and yell at me. There would be a point... Okay, I think he was racist because it would only be me, the only little beaner in the class, in the special ed class. But he would always yell at me if I wasn't reading too quick, if I didn't know a question, and that's where he gave me anxiety in life. I would get so anxious there was a time in math class. I don't like math. I am slow in math. He dragged me out of math and he was helping me with my math work, and he was like, okay, what'd you learn? I was like, oh, we did this and that, right? And then we were solving some questions of my homework in math, but I would take my time on them, and he would start to yell at me if I took my time. He's like, this is so fucking easy. How do you not fucking know this? And I was like, I'm so sorry. I started getting emotional at some point, but he made me so anxious to the point I would second guess myself. I would start to get anxious and shake, and would be scared to answer because I would think I would be wrong, right? Because it happened before where I second guessed myself and chose the wrong answer, and he would get mad at me for it. And that's where he made me so anxious to raise my hand in class, like, answer all, like, the stuff. I remember I would always like to raise my hand in class and answer the questions, but now because of him, I knew the answer, but I would be too scared to say the answer because I would second guess myself and think I'm wrong, right?
Yeah. And
I think there was at some point he was watching me from the class, and he's like, you know this, Rin, you know this. And I'm like, I got so anxious because every eyes were on me, and like I said, that's when my anxiety started, and it got worse because of him. And that was the worst part of my elementary, because I was so young, but I couldn't tell I trusted a fucking adult. Because my parents were never home. I would always see them at, like, around 11 p.m. My brothers, they were focusing on their own school life. Like I said, I didn't have no one to talk to. That old lady, she wasn't there anymore. I couldn't go to her for comfort. And he had favoritism. There was this girl who was a year older than me. He liked her better than me. Can't you see? Like, she's
Damn.
like, she's doing better than you. What is wrong with you? I hated him. It sucked. But yeah, that's where uh my anxiety started.
For me,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard for me to pinpoint because a lot of the so-called bad moments were just kind of like, they weren't the worst, but elementary, I was also put in fucking special ed, also because my parents didn't know what the fuck that meant, so that was great. Because, like, you know, I was, according to them, I was kind of smart for my age when I was super young, so they were like, oh, okay, you know, we think special ed will mean that you're, you know, since you're special, and the next thing I know, I'm not in a smarter class.
My parents, they think special doesn't mean, like, you know, like trouble with stuff. They mean special like, oh my god, you're special than all
you're
the
so
other
special.
kids.
Yes.
You're better than the kids.
That's what they thought. So for my elementary, they didn't care either. Like, as soon as they found out what was going on, they were like, oh, alright, well, you're already here. Might as well just keep you here. Alright, thanks. But that's where I was for 5 years, or 4 or 5 years, roughly. I don't know. Elementary. But I was still able to, like, go to normal classes at the same time, too. It was just that I would have to go to a certain class, which was a special ed class, to, like, I don't know, report, I guess? I don't really know what it was about. It's just, like, I had to stop by, talk to the teachers, then, you know, maybe I could either hang out or leave or whatever. It was weird. I don't truly I didn't understand it. I just was like, yeah, I'll go to the classroom, then I'll go to that classroom, and then I'll go to the other classroom at the end of the day. I don't know. Middle school for me sucked more than elementary because I was, I guess, more unhinged during middle school. I had a lot of outbursts. So I guess this is where I became more, like, quiet and more, like, self-centered? I don't know if that's a term. But, like, I got to the point where I was just, like, I stopped speaking out more than normal. Because, like, in middle school, I wouldn't care. I'd lash out if I wanted to. I would scream. I would do fucking anything.
Yeah. Just
because I didn't know any better. So that was kind of like maybe the worst out of the worst. Was just like middle school. Gym class definitely brought the worst of it out because I was because I'm competitive. I would have a little outburst. I get a little too over into it, I guess, and I would get in a lot of trouble. I had a few fights because I would either start them or I would do anything in my power to not finish it. Like, I was like, I don't care if this goes the whole day. We're gonna fight. So that happened. I got suspended because I fought somebody. High school, I definitely toned it down a bit because I knew that I didn't want my reputation. Because, like, that was another thing. In high school, that's when I started, like, actively caring about my reputation. But I was like, I think that might be too late because I was still in the same school district. Like, the only ones that wouldn't know were the ones that weren't there for it. But it was still, like, barely half the school was different from, in terms of students that were there and from the middle school. So, like, so like, in the high school, I was just like, well, I'm gonna try my best to fix my reputation. And, like, it got to the point to where I was comfortable enough with how I was. I didn't have, as many outbursts. I still did, but it wasn't as frequent. And it was mostly better controlled.
I'm still
I
drinking,
think
Carlos. I'm trying to finish this drink first. Go ahead.
I think I may have been... No, I was not. Okay. I wasn't suspended during high school. I was suspended in elementary because I had a small outburst there, which was not good, but it wasn't a fight necessarily. Actually, no, it was. It was a fight. Because I was in 3rd grade and I tried to fight a 5th grader. That didn't work. But yeah, so middle school was probably the worst because it didn't matter what it was, it didn't matter what class. If I was getting frustrated, I was top level frustrated. Like, I was angry, I was like, it didn't help, couldn't really explain myself because I couldn't, gather the words to explain my frustration. So I was just frustrated at what I was being frustrated with, but then also being frustrated that I couldn't explain it and get help. So that got to a point to where I was even more frustrated. That just caused a lot of problems. So, and then like I said, with high school, thankfully it was toned down a bit more. And I think the single worst that I could pinpoint from middle school was wasn't a fight, but it was a bit of a confrontation with somebody that my best friend at the time was talking to. It was a girl, and she was I don't want to say making fun of him, making fun of my best friend, and I kind of had enough of it, and he didn't want to stand up for himself, so I did. And at the time I did not give a shit about anything at all. I just got up and I pushed her.
Oh yeah.
And that got me not necessarily, it didn't get me suspended, but that did get me kicked out of that class.
Oh damn.
So and then I mean, already, like, in elementary school, my grades were great. Like, they were A's all across the board. And then in middle school, they kind of dipped. I had a few, like, C's and D's here and there, but I tried to keep them above the F's because I didn't want to fail a class. So I tried to pride myself on that. High school was a complete fucking mess. I couldn't keep a B grade. Everything was C's or lower.
Yeah, I think those were the grades in like middle school and then freshman high school, maybe sophomore year, and then I started caring for my grades, obviously, because in my school they would scare you saying like, if your grades aren't at least B's, you're fucking not graduating. So I actually cared about my grades like 2 years before graduating high school. That's where I cared the most. But I think the week before graduation, or like when tell you if you're gonna graduate or not, I gave up, bro. No,
I completely feel that.
But I still passed barely, but
So this might, I don't give a shit at this point. In high school for me, I was not doing great, but it was to the point to where it was still good at the same time. I could make it through the rest of my high school with the same grades as long as I keep it up, whatever. Junior year, I started a program because my school collaborated with a thing called Impact, which was essentially like a vocational, I think that's the term, school, where in the afternoon you would go to another building and then you would work on what your future path was. So for me, it was the interactive media class, which had me work on graphic design, video editing, photo editing, anything with cameras, really. So anything digital arts related, essentially, because that's where I wanted to go to. And because of that, that meant that I didn't have to worry about as many classes. So I only had like two morning classes, and then lunch, and then vocational school, or whatever the fuck it was called. But because I only had 2 classes, I started not caring about those 2 classes. Because I was like, it became to a point, this might be considered second worst for me. It came to a point to where I didn't care. I live 5 minutes away from the school, and I'm saying walking distance from the school, 5 minutes walking. I didn't care. I did not care. I slept as long as I wanted to, because I was just gonna, because like my parents, they're gone in the morning. By this time, they're like, hey, we trust you that you're gonna get to school every day on time. And by that point, I was just sleeping into like, school started at 8, I'd sleep into like 9 or 10 o'clock. I'd miss first period altogether, come in for second period, maybe give a shit, maybe not, and then just go to the vocational school. Senior year, it's more of the same, but at a certain point they were like, okay, well, we're stepping in, we're gonna have to do something here, because you're not showing up to you're not even showing up at all to the school. You're just going to the vocational school down in the afternoon, because I enjoyed that way more than I did regular school. So they were like, okay, well, there was a little program that my work had at the time where they were like, hey, you know, just, you can come in, check in with a certain teacher at like 11 a.m. and then you can go down to the school. You don't have to wake up at 8 o'clock anymore, and they'll take care of it from there. It would also be that I would probably have to drop a certificate, because I was trying to go for a certain what's it called, diploma, and I had to drop down one because of it. But it was still like, it was I could graduate still, so I was like, okay, I'll take this, I'll take it. It's I could sleep in till 10:30, and then like the first week of that, maybe the second week, the pandemic hit. So fun fact, chat, I'm a class of 2020.
Hey.
What a cursed year that was. But yeah, that's how my high school went.
Oh, damn. I think in high school, let me tell you, chat, I was raised by myself. I raised myself technically, because my parents was always working from like 4 a.m. all the way to 10 p.m., right? My brothers, we're all different ages, so some of them were either in middle school, some of them were in high school. So growing up, I took care of myself, raised myself most of the time. Sometimes I'll be left alone at home, and I learned how to make stuff for myself, like to eat. So in high school, okay, growing up, I was like a goody two-shoes, right? A goody two-shoes. I would always be nice, never get myself in trouble, right? But I would, in high school, I started involving myself with bad people. Like, there would be a point where, like, there was this girl who I thought she was the sweetest person in the world. Apparently, she wasn't all that sweet. Like, she had friends who were drug addicts. She was, like, in drinking time to time. She was always late to class. I thought she was so cool back then. I thought she was so cool for doing that, because like her parents did not give a shit. Literally, I met her parents, they did not give a shit about, like, if she was late to school or whatever.
Yeah.
I involved myself with them. I think it was freshman year, I think, in high school, and my parents trusted them because they looked nice, right? Obviously, visuals, they look nice, but secretly they weren't. So there would be times I could not go out, but because my mother like met her and they were like, okay, yeah, you're fine, go out as long as like how late you want to, right?
Yeah.
And we would always go out late, and they would take me to alleys, they would take me to fucking like sketchy places I've never been to before. They would drink, they would smoke around me. they would always like joke around like, hey, do you want to try? I would always say no. I was such a goody two-shoes. They would also steal around me. It was so bad that at some point, like, I was scared. But I got dragged into the drugs that they were giving me. I smoked for 3 months. Bad habit. Luckily, I wasn't addicted to a chat, right? I stopped and then I didn't get, like, addicted to it. Thankfully.
Yeah.
Obviously, they drank. Obviously, we're Hispanic. You drink when you're young, right? So it wasn't a bad thing. I drank with my father. I drank with my older brother. I drink more with my older brother than anybody else. But they would always steal their parents' liquor and they would bring it to, like, if we ever go to the park or the beach, right?
Yeah.
And at some point, they would bring a full ass big bottle of tequila and we would drink shots of it.
Oof.
But like I said, I was so scared of them that I just only took 1 or 2 shots and then that I stopped. But they would always get fucking drunk and they would make more bad decisions. I think at some point they got into legal trouble, but luckily I wasn't involved in. I was like, haha, I was away from them.
Yeah.
We went to the mall one time. We separated in groups. One of us, I went with the friend that we were going shopping. The other one, they were late, so they were doing their own thing, right?
Yeah.
We got a call saying they got arrested because they got caught stealing, and they were high because they smoke weed. They were high and they started having an argument with the person. So she got detained. The thing is, luckily, she's a good person, even for how high she was. She did not drop our names, because they were asking, "Who are you with? Are you here with anybody else?" She didn't drop our names. She didn't snitch. Snitches get stitches. But we were so scared because they called her parents. They called the police, and they were looking around thinking, because they assumed that she was not alone. But we left, and I was so mad. I was like, I don't want to involve myself with these people, so I dropped them. And luckily, they weren't the only friend groups I had. I had multiple friend groups. You could say I was a little popular back then. But looking back, it was such a bad thing to hang out with them. And
They're
they always try to chat with me from whenever they the chance they get, because we were still in high school. They would always be like, "Oh my God, you're not you're not the sweetest person than people think you are. Like, you literally smoked, you literally drank with us." And I was like, "God, please don't bring me back in the past. That was the past." And I'm still ashamed of myself for doing that, but I'm clean. Well, I mean, I drink, but I don't drink that much. I'm not an alcoholic.
There was a small group of friends that I almost associated with back in middle school that were similar. They weren't hard users, I would say, but they were troublemakers regardless.
Yeah.
One of them brought fucking ghost peppers, legit ghost peppers.
Damn.
And tried getting other people to eat one, which sent I think 2 people to the hospital. So he got in major trouble for that.
Damn.
There was one instance where they were like, "Hey, do you want to, smoke in the class?" I don't think it was weed because it didn't smell. But it was still like, "Oh shit, I got a little smoke. All right."
Oh, to clarify, to clarify, what I mean smoke, I only vaped. There you go.
Okay.
I vaped.
So for me,
you can clarify.
Yeah. For me, it was I think it was a vape as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was. So I was like, "Oh shit, all right, I'll try it." Fucking took one hit and my fucking lungs were dead inside.
Obviously.
I took one hit for 5 minutes, not 5 minutes, but it felt like it. I was going and I just wouldn't stop. I was like, okay, I don't know how y'all like that.
No, okay.
I don't want to do that again.
I remember my first time too. Obviously, that's how it's gonna be, right? Because you're just not used to fucking smoking whatever that is.
Yeah.
That was my
Yeah.
first time. They made me try, what was it, a fucking flavor mango or some shit?
Oh boy.
Yeah, they made me try it. Well, technically they were pushing me to try it, so I tried it. It was so bad, bro. I literally was coughing out my lungs, bro. But they said that it was surprising because they said I took a huge hit than like many people would for my first time.
Yeah.
But that shit stuck for me until like 2 hours later, because you could still feel it, like, and it hurts your throat. You can still feel the tingling.
Yeah.
Right. It was so bad. I'll be like, I can still taste it.
Yeah, I think for me they said that when I hit mine, I think I French inhaled it, so I just completely went crazy and just was like, just straight fucking inhale, which probably not the best.
Well, technically, I think that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to inhale it like you're breathing fucking air, but they told me to not.
I think I did it too. Yeah. I think I went too hard.
Yeah, that's what I did. I inhaled it, but they said I, surprisingly didn't cough until like a little split second. Like I think 1 second, and then I coughed because I felt it.
Yeah.
Because they say that when you hit it already, you immediately feel like the ugh.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was so bad. Cause I didn't own a vape. They did. So when we hanged out, they would just lend me their vape, right?
Yeah.
And they said I hanged out with them for 3 months straight. But like I said, I'm glad I wasn't addicted to it because I hated it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I didn't enjoy mine, my experience. And then there was like, I thankfully don't think they ever got into like drugs, thankfully, so I never got into that, but alcohol runs fucking deep in my, my mom's side of the family. There was like, just recently I went to a graduation party for one of my cousins, and it was on my mom's side, so I was already expecting them to go crazy with alcohol because they always do.
Yeah.
It's to the point to where like it annoys me a little bit because I feel like they overdo it sometimes.
I get that, yeah.
Just because I don't know. It's like I understand they want to, since they're also from like the era where drinking was like such a big deal. I understand why, but still wish it got bad during that graduation party. I thought it wasn't going to be as bad, but it didn't turn out to be as calm as I expected.
No,
so, and I didn't do anything because I am not that kind of guy. I am more of like a special occasion drinker, and I'll do it like once a few times a year at most. And when I do it, I'm not going to be like tequila shots or I'm just gonna get buzzed enough to where I can feel it, but not more than that. Like I want to still, because
Kyle said that's like you're an alcoholic. I don't think so. Like just wanting to get a little buzz, that's not an alcoholic, because I think you being alcoholic is like drinking heavy to the point.
Yeah, and especially often.
Let's say
because like, my family, they do it almost every weekend, I'd say. Not necessarily together, but there is a point where they'll drink and then but for me it's like I at least want to be in control of myself. Like I know a lot of people like the idea of getting so drunk or whatever that they don't know or don't remember anything, but for me it's the opposite. It's like I like to do it when I can feel that I am in control of myself. If it's too much, then I start panicking. Because I don't want to be that guy that ends up doing something stupid.
Yeah.
Because I was drunk.
No, yeah, I get that. That's why I don't take more than 3 shots. Because I don't know how... I don't know what my limit is, but I know I could probably take at least 3 shots. I could feel a little buzz, but not that much, right? But I would not take more than 3 shots. Because I'm scared I would regret something afterwards.
I think I'm more of a heavyweight than I thought. At first I thought it was light. But then I'd had like a drink a few years ago, I think on stream. I think me and you were together. I think it was on New Year's or Christmas. I can't remember, but it was one of those times.
I think it was on New Year's.
Yeah, I think it was. And like I was to the point to where it was like where I wanted to be. Like I could still be in control of myself. I wasn't too badly gone. But it still took a lot more than I thought to get me to that point. So that's why. And then I also had like there was like a few other drinks that I've had where I thought I was gonna be more fucked, but then turns out I wasn't. So I was like, oh, okay, so maybe I'm not as much of a lightweight as I thought. So that's good.
Yeah. I also assumed I was a lightweight because also with my height and weight.
Yeah.
But apparently I'm not. 3 shots of tequila, totally fine. Did not feel like shit. So my friends always assumed I was lightweight.
Yeah.
So, but when they found out I could take more than probably 3 shots, yeah, they were like, damn. But so did my older brother. He would always like getting me soju, and he would be so surprised how I could take 3 with nothing, like nothing.
Yeah.
Bob the Badoo. We drink in apple juice, adult apple juice. Well, not just me, not Wyatt or Charlie, just me.
No, I had work tonight.
You haven't? You have one?
You mean I have one? I just I'm drinking something else.
I'm drinking a wine. Plus, my brother just brought soju to me, so.
Oh boy.
Good boy's crazy. And then I'm drinking it. Was it a chaser with Monster?
On
A marker at almost midnight.
The thing is, Wyatt, energy
well
drinks, coffee, they don't have effect on me. I pass out.
That's crazy.
Instead of being awake, I pass out. I get tired.
You haven't
Instead
had the
of
Loco.
No, I will have a coffee and I will be like bouncing off the walls. I'll be bouncing off the walls 1 minute, and then the next minute I'll have the worst anxiety attack of my life.
Okay, I think I love iced coffee, but in general I hate coffee. I prefer tea.
Iced coffee's pretty good. That's how I drink it. I don't drink any. Like it's got to be like specialized coffee
because it doesn't take effect on me. Like I don't stay. I'm not fully awake. I still feel sleepy, even if I take energy drinks, like coffee. I still feel tired. So that's why I just take it like whatever. People are gonna be like, you're not gonna go to sleep. Don't drink energy drinks. And I'm like, it doesn't have effect on me. I literally pass out afterwards. I still feel sleepy.
Energy drinks are the worst for me because like coffee, at least I can handle it. I just can't with energy drinks. I had a Red Bull once and I felt like I was gonna die.
Really? I hate Monsters, but there's this Monster it's so sweet. I like it. It's the strawberry, what is it fucking called? It's Ultra Strawberry Dreams. I think it's a brand new one. I don't know.
I cannot do Monsters because I know that I will have the worst crash ever. And it's the same thing with like I said, coffee.
Sugar. This one has 0 sugar, so but like damn. Sodium. Yeah, like it has 0 sugar, so it's not bad.
Regular sugared up drinks like Mountain Dew or whatever, like that does it for me. Like that'll be it for me in terms of where I get my energy from.
You know what's
and
so
even then,
funny?
like it's not a lot.
Okay, when I tried Monster for the very first time, it was so bad. It was too sugary for me. I did not like it. When I tried Dr. Pepper for the first time,
Oh,
I
boy.
disliked it. Okay, I think
Oh,
it was...
what?
Yes. Okay, let me tell you, it felt like I was drugged or some shit, right? I started shaking. I started feeling weird. I felt this weird feeling in my body, like the sensation. It was getting me more anxious. It started getting me a little more hyper, but like it was really, I did not like the tension that it had on my body, and it felt like I was high because I started shaking.
You know, as that does happen to me, but like not with like Dr. Pepper or stuff like that. That does happen to me with coffee if I've had a little too much. I've had to limit myself to like half a cup, which kind of sucks because a lot of what I order is like super good. But like I can only really have half of it before I start getting like the shakes.
Yeah.
It also sucks when I have it and I don't eat either before or after. Like if I just have coffee, that's where I get it worse because I'll have the sudden burst of energy and then immediately as I'm like crashed out, I'll get hungry and then my body's like extremely hungry for no reason. Like it's worse. It's worse with that than when I do get high. So like when I am,
oh yeah, because I'm high on wine.
When I am high, like it's just munchies, right? Like I'll just go and grab like chips, boom, knock them down out of the way,
I
boom.
love getting the munchies. It's just the best feeling ever.
It's such a weird feeling because like I had a gummy like a couple nights ago, and then I got the munchies, and I was just like, this is weird because I normally don't get them.
I'm gonna try shrooms though. My brother wants me to try shrooms for the very first time, and I don't want to, but I am also curious.
I think the farthest I'll go is just I'll get fucking high because I don't want to take because I just have a bad feeling.
No, people are saying if you have shrooms or like weed, you'll start to see the fucking demons. But I'm curious. Because some people say like it's a good feeling. I don't know. My brother, he's never had some. He wants to try it with me. Like, you know, both our first times. He has friends who've tried it and they say that like you'll just see a lot of fucking patterns, if that makes sense, right?
I feel like that would just like for me it would skyrocket my anxiety.
You need to be completely... No, yeah, that's the thing. They also said that, like, you have to be in an environment where it won't get you anxious. Because if you get anxious while you're high, you're fucking screwed because you'll start to freak out and it'll get worse.
Yeah.
So that's why my brother was like, he wants us to try it together because we're both comfortable with each other and we'll be in an environment where we feel safe, you know?
Yeah. I've heard some stories from actually, that was more so because they were doing acid. That I'll never do because of the stories they've told me.
No, Reku's my dad. Reku's my father. Reku's like a father figure to me. Literally, it's so funny. I fucking told him, Reku, Happy Father's Day. He's like, thanks. I'm not a father. And I'm like, you're a father to me, though. Thank you for taking care of me for these past few years. I was like, but I think you should become a father. So get to it, buddy. Get to it. I want to be an aunt.
I could see him being one.
Yes, I see. Well, he already is. Me. I'm his child. He raised me. What else? Oh yeah, Reku's, yeah, he's like a father figure. Terrence is like an uncle to me. Solen's like an older brother. Mascon's like a fucking my twin. He's like my twin buddy. Who else do I know? Sawumi, she's like a little sister. No, she's an older sister to me. Sakura's like a mother to me. Who else do I know? Suji, he's like a best friend bro to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. I remember I got shipped with so many people in my VTuber life. First it was Areku. I think we were a Rinku. But obviously it stopped because we told chat to stop because like I thought of Areku as a father and Areku thought of me as like a little kid. And then there was Kaorin. That one was my favorite one because me and Karu actually made that shit up. Kaorin. That was my favorite one. And because we were like the best fucking duo on Minecraft, bro. Sort of. We created chaos, but Rena's an aunt. I can see it. I already am an aunt to Sakura's child. They're doing so well. Oh my god. Their baby's so fucking cute. And who else? Oh, Terrence. Rinse with the R-I-N in the middle. And then who else? Who did I get shipped with? Oh god, I can't fucking think. This wasn't on my stream, but I think on Sozin's stream. Oh no, wait. So, oh no. I got shipped with Suumi so many times. I love that. Oh, I married Sakura. No, not Sakura. I married Skalik. And then I divorced her the next day because she cheated on me. It was so funny. It was so funny. The fucking storyline was so fucking crazy. And then what else? Oh yes, in Sozin's stream, chat was like shipping us, and then we thought of it. Okay, Sozin had a girlfriend at the time, and it was so funny because I didn't know. And then I thought it was so funny if we gave each other nicknames. There was one time he gave a nickname calling me fucking Honey Bun. I thought it was so fucking cringe. But he kept calling me Honey Bun, and then I found out that his girlfriend did not like that shit. And I told him,
Aww.
And I was like, why did you still call me that? He's like, because it was funny. And I was like, that was not funny. I was almost in trouble.
That could have been bad.
Yeah. And I knew her, so like I was like, no. No, we stopped. And then what else? I don't know who else I got shipped with. I'm trying to think. So Wumi definitely. I loved when I was shipped with women, because it was so funny because they liked it. Apparently they were kinky for that shit. So Wumi, it was a bit so and so. Who else women did I know? Not that many women. I knew. Oh, Lammy. I didn't get shit with her, but I love Lammy. Can be messy. You gotta lay down the rules, so the silly business with the shippers. Yeah. I understand that. Yeah. I get that. Yeah. No, yeah. To the point, like, me and Kaoru wanted to like continue the whole ship thing. We decided, we were a huge fan of Teen Beach movies, like, because we grew up with it. We're similar ages, chat. We grew up watching that, and we thought it would be a good idea if we like made a song together of singing Falling For You, and then like making an artwork of both of us, of like us dressed as the characters. But it never happened. But then because like I think because me and Karu drifted apart, we still chat from time to time, but I think he got busy, I got busy, we stopped chatting, and that's how it got to. But no worries, everyone gets busy nowadays. He's doing fine. I literally talked to him last night, I think. What's today?
Thursday.
It's Thursday now. 2 days ago. I literally was like, hey, how are you? How you doing? 2 days later. No, I'm kidding. It's so fucking funny because how busy he is, because he texts me once every full moon. I told him, hey, Kaoru, how you doing? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Like, and he was like, what did he say? He's like, doing good. And that was it. He's so dry.
Wow.
He was so fucking dry. But then now, since he's not as busy much, we were chatting a little bit, and then we were talking about models and stuff like that. So we got to chatting, and then I started sending him frog memes, and it was so funny. I try to keep a good bond with every VTuber, even like after they've graduated or if they're busy and don't have time to chat. I try to keep a good connection with them. I try so hard because I don't want them to be left out, and I don't want to forget them, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
𝘙𝘪𝘯, like, when he was busy with his stuff, I would send him memes after memes. I don't care if he doesn't reply to me. I send him memes to keep a good connection. He would reply to those memes from time to time, but I always try to keep our friendship like this. But I always had a gut feeling that something was going wrong. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me. Because there was this VTuber chat that did not like me one bit. She hated my guts.
It's how they sometimes be.
That sometimes is VTubing. Like, that's what happens when you're a VTuber. You have people who love you, some who hate you. But the thing is, I've been told I'm loved. Hehe, I'm loved. That's fucking right. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna be cocky. I try to give people love. I try to get that in return, right? Yeah. But when I found out that this VTuber who I known for since I debuted as a VTuber, did not like me one bit. Do you know the reason why? I think I told you, chat. Do you know the reason why? Because I was too loud. There was a time where she graduated and became a new VTuber, and I was in a private VC with my VTuber friends and playing Minecraft, and she joined the call. I recognized her voice, but obviously her name was different. I didn't want to assume it was her, right? And they're like, "Rin, do you know who she is?" And I was like, "I want to say it, but I don't want to say it." And they're like, "It's her." And I was like, I fucking knew it. I wanted to keep a good friendship with her, so I was keeping small talk with her and like laughing, but it sounded like she wasn't getting along with me.
Yeah.
So the situation became awkward. I decided, you know what? Hey, that's my time to just dip the VC. I was like, okay, guys, I'm very busy. I hope you guys have fun. Turns out, I found out that she was talking shit behind my back. And I guess she hated me more and more because my buddy Sozin, he was telling me that like she did not like me, and he told me like when he tried to ask her the reason why, she didn't have a reason, and then when he told her to think of a reason, she said, oh, because she was too loud. She's a loud person and she doesn't like that. Damn, I need to tone it down, chat. I think I need to tone it down then. It was so stupid. But I was like, hey, people have their own opinions. But it hurt me because I known her for like, since I debuted. I thought I could trust her. I thought she liked me. But I get that. But damn. I feel buzzed. Oh damn, chat.
The way she just did that to you.
Mm-hmm. The soju kicking in. I'm gonna stop the soju and drink some Monster and drink.
No. Knowing if I was probably in your position, she was probably talking shit behind my back. It would probably just be a whole freaking. It would probably be another video, which would be somewhat of a rant or whatnot, and it would just just be to blow off some steam herself.
Yeah, and then I believe when everyone was taking, okay, I don't want to be mean, but everyone was taking my side because obviously I wasn't talking shit about her and I wasn't being mean about it. She was the one that was being aggressive with the whole situation, apparently. So everyone took my side, and I guess she got mad about that, and she decided, you know what, call us toxic, and then she just stopped becoming a VTuber. For good. I haven't heard of her since. And it sucks. Let me tell you,
Yeah, I had...
VTuber, it has its moments. There's gonna be bad moments. There's gonna be ups and downs if you become a VTuber. Drama, like chaos sometimes. Good moments, bad moments. You're gonna like have those moments. And sometimes inappropriate moments. I remember I had one of those moments.
I had something similar for me. So there was a VTuber from an agency that I used to watch. And we connected because I showed open interest during my early days of being a VTuber. I showed interest in that other agency and wanting to collab with them and the talents with them. So I got in touch with all of the as many of the talents as I could at the time, which was nice. And all of them seemed really nice, but there was one in particular that actually wanted to be close with me. So we started talking more and more. We started talking about VTubing, talking about...
I think you told me this way. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain I've told you this.
Yeah.
But we got really close to the point to where we were like, hey, fuck it, you know, we have each other added on our VTuber stuff. Why not add each other on our not VTuber stuff? Because they had a personal account, and I was like, sure, why not? I have mine. I'll add you there. I'll add you on Instagram. I'll add you wherever I'm available that you want me to, because fuck it, you know. Like we became really close, and we started talking. But like when I say we were talking, and the way that I would say it, we were not pursuing a relationship because she was paranoid, to say the least. She didn't trust a lot of VTubers. She didn't trust a lot of people in general. I was like, okay, that's understandable. I mean, I've seen my fair share of crazy things happen on the internet. It is what it is. But as we started getting more and more personal, and you know, we shit talked a few VTubers, we basically like we didn't like the VTuber industry because of the people that we were working with. So whatever the case may be, that's what we were talking about. Got to the point to where she was opening up more and more about herself and her personal oh boy. So keep in mind that her VTuber persona is that she's very what's the fucking term? Say so, I guess. Like they don't like talking about very adult stuff, or if they do, it's in a very jokingly manner. They have no indicators
no, he's not
or
talking
red
about
flags.
His ex. He's talking about a VTuber. We're talking
Essentially.
about VTubers. Essentially. Okay,
so,
that makes sense.
Essentially a VTuber, yeah. They were...
The gossip.
They didn't have it. They didn't really have any indicators, like red flags. I didn't see any, because I had a feeling that if this is how they acted on the camera, then it's probably the same, I would think, off it, because we would VC every once in a while. It didn't seem that much of a red flag. But then, like, I started knowing her more and more as she started trusting me more, and that was probably the biggest mistake in my life. Because, Jesus Christ, when I tell you that the shit that she sent me has probably scarred me for the rest of my life.
Oh, damn.
So, here's a few things that she sent. I'm saying this all, but all the messages were deleted, and she deleted her fucking account after what happened.
Oh, damn.
So I hate that. I should have kept that because that would have been funny to look back at nowadays, I would think. But anyways, so she is a cutter.
Oh.
She sent me
Uh-oh.
her doing it,
Oh,
which
no.
was terrifying because I'm not that guy. I'm not that kind of person.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I am
It's
innocent
Sumi.
as hell.
No, it's definitely not Sumi. Sumi is the sweetest
No,
person
it's
ever.
nobody
This is-
we know.
he
It's
said
nobody,
it's that
anybody
me
but me
yeah,
knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's somebody that I used to know. That's a good song. So she sent me that, which was frightening enough, but I was like, I don't know why I didn't. I think I was afraid of like saying, hey, I'm uncomfortable with this. Can we like chill it back a little bit? And then all of a sudden, like that ruins the friendship. I don't know why I was afraid of that.
There can be moments like that. It can happen like
Especially with her, because she was extremely paranoid and she didn't want anybody talking about anything about her.
Yeah.
And if she saw like even a smidge of a red flag to anybody else, to her it was like the biggest one. So her indicators like thing was going off all the time with everybody. So it's like, I understand it, but whatever. So there was that. And then she was also telling me how she really had okay, so two things for this, that she had feelings for people. Both of them fucking weird, but whatever. First one were the Columbine shooters. She liked them.
Oh my god.
Don't know why she had to admit that to me, but she did. And the second one caused the fallout. Like the whole thing of me just saying, I've had enough. So she did not like me that way.
Okay.
Probably a good thing.
Okay.
Dodged a hell of a bullet there. But she did have feelings for somebody that was in jail.
Oh.
So she lives in Germany. The inmate lives in Illinois. Apparently there were pen pals, and they were writing to each other, and
Don't kink shame is crazy. Obviously, that's a joke. I know that, or you're saying that.
But like,
yeah. Go ahead.
but like, she would tell me every once in a while that she had feelings for this guy, and I was like, I was trying my best to like go with it. I knew it was stupid. It was so dumb. The guy was in jail. I don't know what for, but they were going to be in jail according to her, a long time. So I was like, why?
That means he did something really bad.
I guess so. But either way, it's like, why?
Why?
So I was just kind of like, at this point, I'm just kind of done.
Mm-hmm.
I try to say something to her, and I try to say something outside for like advice on like how to get the fuck over this. And the next thing I know, she's fucking losing her shit on me.
Uh-oh.
So the way that it went down was, she found out I was not happy about what the stuff that she was telling me.
Mm-hmm.
It slipped out a little bit, I'll admit.
Mm-hmm.
But she was not happy at the fact that I was basically betraying her. I wasn't, but I was just like, I spoke out about it a little bit, but not to like everybody, only like a few people. Just kind of being like, hey, I know this I didn't even mention their name. I was just like, hey, this person I know has been like this for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then somehow that got back to her. I don't know how.
It was
Don't
probably,
really care enough.
Maybe it was obvious it was her. Probably like
I guess, but like either way,
Mm-hmm.
I don't bother to like get any closure because like she finds out, she immediately blows up my fucking phone, and like I'm at work while she's doing this,
Yeah.
and at the time I worked a fucking fast food joint, so I couldn't actually like stop to talk to her.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't give me a fucking chance to explain myself or talk it out. Freaked out, and then didn't even give me a chance to breathe before they cut the cord on everything. And then turns out maybe like a year or two, no, about a year and a half after that, she graduated.
Damn.
So don't know if they're still doing anything. My guess is probably not. So don't care enough to look it up anymore. So yeah, for being a VTuber, that's probably the there's that. And also they're not going to care if I say this. I know they're not. My old agency, we used to have an assistant talent manager who first, maybe second DM that she ever sent me was a picture of her tits.
Oh.
I did not do anything. I swear to God, on my heart, I didn't say anything out of the ordinary. She said hi, I said hi back, boom.
Damn. Oh, damn.
So,
Yeah, I feel bad for you on that.
People are crazy nowadays in VTubing. Oh, shit. I think Wyatt wins this fucking VTuber drama, because mine is, it's not bad, but I think it's really bad, but not as bad as that, I don't think.
if anybody could top that, I'm sorry.
I don't think I can top that. Let me
No,
tell you.
I hope you don't.
I don't think so, because that was wild. My VTuber drama that involves me, actually. I won't say the VTuber's name, but it's probably obvious who this VTuber was. But he says he's still a VTuber, but technically I don't think he is, because I haven't seen him stream or post anything in like fucking 3 years, maybe 4. But proof why I DM'd the photos. He doesn't have proof. He doesn't. I think he showed me. I think semi-proof. I think Wyatt. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, I think I sent you something. Like I said,
But this is all true. I know because he told me, and I knew his agency.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
So,
yeah.
I think actually if I think about it, I might have a message somewhere where it's like I have photo proof of at least the second story. I don't really have much proof for the first one, because like I said, the person deleted their account.
It's masked.
And I deleted the messages, and I couldn't get the messages back. I tried to.
Yeah, okay. I have 2 VTuber dramas. One of them being like one of my fans, the other one being a VTuber friend that I know. I'll say the VTuber friend. And then chat, I don't know if I should talk about like the fan that I know, because obviously you guys know them personally, because this did happen not recently but semi-recently. I think it happened 2 years ago, and you guys know them because you guys knew them, so obviously I don't know if I want to put them out there. But let me tell you about the VTuber. I was in a group called Evil. There was so many people who were cutted from Evil in the group. Pablo Picasso, he was my favorite guy, but apparently he didn't pass the group. Like, he was cut off. But I still chatted with Pablo Picasso during my times as a VTuber in the very beginning, but I don't think he's a VTuber anymore. He was very funny, so I don't know why he was cut. Up to you. If you guys are okay with it, I'll mention the fan. But basically, there was 5 girls, I think, and then 3 boys. So I think in total it was an 8 group, I'm pretty sure. We were an Evil group for not very long. I think we were a group for 6 months, and then we all just divided. But the thing is, I love to keep a friendship, even if people have beef with each other, right? I try to, like, obviously, if people have beef with each other, I try not to put them in the same room. Obviously, I'll divide them, right? I'll collab with them separately. I will understand the situation. There is this VTuber male that I was very close to. He made some of my intro music. He made some of like my background music for VTubing. But he and I would always stream from every now and then. And we would chat privately from time to time. The thing is, chat, since I was still young, 𝘙𝘪𝘯 would do all the fucking texting for me because I was still young and I didn't know much about VTubing, and he thought maybe this was the best option for me for certain points. So there was a time he was getting really kinky with me and started sexualizing me because he knew my age.
Hmm.
Oh God.
Yeah, he would always tell me all about the kinks that he likes. He likes strangling people. He likes sometimes getting strangled, but mostly he likes doing the abuse, right?
Bruh.
I remember one message I saw because since me and 𝘙𝘪𝘯 obviously could see the message since they're both in like our phones, right? There was a message I saw that he says he wants to strangle me to death.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Oh hell no.
At first, okay, the thing is, me and 𝘙𝘪𝘯 laughed it off because we thought it was a joke. But it got serious to the point it sounded like he wasn't joking and he wanted to do this to me. And he said he liked that shit, that it would make him cream his pants.
No. No. Oh God. No.
To the point I got uncomfortable because technically I was still fucking chatting with this guy, VTubing with him. I told 𝘙𝘪𝘯 I might have to stop being friends with him because he was so weird. I got uncomfortable with him. We dropped him. We stopped being friends with him. He graduated from that model and moved on to a newer model. Oh, buddy. I still keep in chat with my VTuber friends. And one of my VTuber friends came running to me telling me some gossip. But it wasn't gossip. It was real news. That he was caught talking to many minors.
Oof.
And wanting to date them. So similar conversations that he said to me, he said to other people. Some included VTubers, some included non-VTubers. And so he got caught. Yeah, he got caught, and I think he dated a minor or some shit like that. But
even better.
Even I know. He literally he disappeared after that. But I think about it and I'm like, oh my God, because he knew my age. He knew what he was doing, and he was doing this to other people. And it was so bad because it turned out he was dating a VTuber friend of mine.
Ugh.
She was probably also a minor. I didn't know her age, but she was probably also a minor. And yeah, that's why I found out that's why our my Pablo did not like him. I found out why. And I have screenshots, but unfortunately I cannot show you, chat. But I have screenshots of the DMs that I have of him, and then I was sent DMs from his other conversations because my VTuber friend had proof of that. It was so bad. And apparently he was like that on stream too. He would be kinky like that. But he was so weird that
Good morning.
He stopped streaming. His channel's still there, like his Discord's still there, but he's not I don't think he's a VTuber anymore because he hasn't streamed in 2 to 3 years. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, today
Pull the Drake is crazy. Yeah, I know. Hitting a minor,
I
what?
had-
No, never. Yikes. Yeah. Gotta go watch out those predators, man. No. Oh, God. Like I said, obviously, I did DM him from time to time, but like I said, I made 𝘙𝘪𝘯 do all the talking because, like, I was still young at that time, and also I didn't know much about VTubing and talking with VTubers well because he knew all that. I told you, 𝘙𝘪𝘯 was the one that made me become a VTuber. So he did all he did all the crap. But I would see the messages. Technically, I would still get the notifications and see the conversation. But he would do most of the replying, and he was like, yeah, this man's fucking weird. He's like, look what he's fucking... And I was like, oh. Yeah. DM me the screenshots, friend. It's Mask. It's Mask? Are you saying it's Maskcon? It's not Maskcon. Definitely not Maskcon. Maskcon is the sweetest guy ever that I've known. But, yeah, that was the wild VTuber that I've known. That I've met. And it's
definitely up there.
It's up there, but it's not up to where you're level wide. Damn, yours is so wild. But like I said, it's crazy to believe that I was in a group with him that I didn't think nothing wrong of him yet. I knew there was signs, like Pablo was like saying he did not like him, but obviously I didn't think
there was more to the second story that I didn't get to because I wanted you to talk about yours.
Oh.
So
my story is
it's even crazier how my fucking journey started as a VTuber. So like I said, the fucking talent manager just suddenly DMs me that, which was crazy. Now, I didn't think anything of it. I accepted it rather than hate it. I was like, hey, listen, whatever. I'm not dating anybody at the time. I don't give a shit. It's fine with me. Do what you want. But anyways, I was actually, because of that, slightly more friendly towards her than what it would have been initially, because I guess she trusted me that much. So, like, we would talk, and kind of, I don't want to say flirt, because that's not what we did, kind of a step down. We would do that off and on. We'd collab every so often, because she would stream herself, so she wanted to be a part of that with us, but more of like a every once in a while deal, so that's what we did. And it wasn't too far off. It was more toned down. But I come to find out that she was not dating another talent, but they were dating somebody else. And the way that they were talking to me and flirting with me really suggested otherwise. Like, it really suggested, like, and this was, like, they were doing this while they were talking to me. So I was kind of, like, feeling a little weirded out that I'm talking to somebody who, at the very least, claims that they're having a significant other. And I'm just like, I'm going to take a step back just a little bit. And then she would start asking questions about it. But I wasn't saying anything. I was just kind of like going on as if nothing else really happened. Or that I didn't find out about anything. So I was just like, whatever. It got to the point to where I kind of cut her out of the contacts. Like, I would really only DM for, like, literal professional stuff. And then she just kind of just did the same to me. She suddenly stopped talking to me completely. Like, and then, like, at one point, I tried to DM her after a while and be all like, you know, how's it going? Whatever. And yeah, she was not very happy with me for some reason.
Damn.
I don't know. But she left the agency not too long before I did. So after that, we just kind of cut contact altogether.
Oh, she.
So maybe not as bad as the first one, but considering it went from the second girl that I just talked about, and then like maybe a month or two later, I meet the first one that I talked about. So it's like that whole everything between those two girls in particular that are VTubers or were, that whole span was about a year total. So all of my 2023, actually, good portion of 2022 up to 2023, late that year, was some of the most eventful. No, was it? Yeah. No, I debated 21. Sorry. It's not 22, 23, 21, 22. Those were the most eventful times of my life because I was dealing with all of that while VTubing myself and then traveling every once in a while. So that was a very eventful time for me.
So my story is a little bit bad.
Damn.
I got my power knocked out during a thunderstorm. Yeah, I had to wait a few minutes for it to come back on.
I'm gonna grab a water. I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Let me tell you, chat, a story of a fan that took it too far. You guys probably know them because they were popular on my stream because they were like a 𝘕𝑪, but worse than a 𝘕𝑪. Not in like a good way worse, but like a bad way worse. 𝘕𝑪 was not that bad. But there was this fan who, you know, like that saying, like, fans like to shit on VTubers, but as a joke. And obviously, me, chat, if you guys insult me, I obviously take it as a joke. And you guys know that, so obviously you guys continue to do that, and I take it as a joke. No hard feelings. Da-da-da. This fan, he would constantly, like, say, like, diss me or whatever, and I didn't think much of it. And, you know, chat, back in the past, and this is why I rarely DM fans because of this reason, but because back then I would DM fans left and right because I felt bad to leave you guys on red, so I would reply to you guys as much as possible. But he would DM me more often than any of you guys, so I would always reply to him more, and I guess he got attached to that or something. And
oh, I know where this might be going.
Yeah, he was not in a mentally good state. I know this because he always mentions this on my stream, that he's not mentally well and that he's depressed. And sometimes I don't want that on chat, but like obviously I want you guys to be real with yourself and feel comfortable here, right? And be true to yourself. Like if you guys feel like you're sad and you want to chat with Rin, go right ahead, right? But he would always constantly say on stream that he's not mentally stable. And like I said, back then when I DM fans, I would constantly DM him a lot, to the point he thinks we were friends. I would say, yeah, I'm friends with you guys, right? I would call you guys my friends a lot. Dang, Rin, wait till I leave the chat before talking about me. No, I'm not talking about you, Eduardo. It was like another fan, a fan that's not here no more. But apparently he got attached to me DMing him a lot. And he got personal with me. And I felt bad because he was spreading his whole feelings in the DMs, right? So maybe that was the reason why I also stayed chatting with him, because I felt bad if I just left him unread after him spreading his whole emotions onto me, right?
Yeah.
But he was always constantly on my streams, and he started becoming like a mod / host of my stream. Like he was always on my streams 24/7. he would always be my / entertainment guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys liked him because of how much his humor was. So that's why I didn't drop him from my stream, because you guys loved him. But behind the scenes, it was really bad, and I guess he got feelings for me, and he thought I had feelings for him, but I was just being too friendly, and I guess he did not like that when I rejected him, turned him down. Because of that, he called me a piece of shit, useless runt. He called me what is it? What's another?
Jesus.
He told me that I was playing with his feelings and what was it? A fake person or whatever. I think he called me a fake person. That I know who you're talking about. I think like I said, chat, I think you know who I'm talking about. But like I said, he called me fake. He called me the C word, I think, and then he was saying like I put my I told you all my personal stuff, and this is the return I get or whatever, right? And I was like, I'm sorry, I don't feel the same way. Like I just tried my best to comfort you, right? Like I tried to be a good buddy. Bro played himself. I remember him crashing out on stream. Yes, he crashed out on my stream, and I didn't like that. I told him to stop, but obviously he didn't. But he, like I said, he would always tell me privately that he was mentally unstable. That's the reason why he had a crash out. But I told him that he should go see a therapist at some point, and I guess he didn't like that too. I wasn't being rude about the therapist part. I was just wanting him to get help because he was really bad. It got to the point it was really bad. But he did not like that. Like I said, he called me multiple words, and he then blocked me, and then he became a VTuber streamer too, right, chat? And I think he started spreading, I don't know, I don't remember. 𝘙𝘪𝘯 was just telling me, right? He was telling me that he was probably spreading lies about me on his stream. And then he unblocked me and then apologized, but then he still continued to be rude to me, if that makes sense. I had to block him. He deleted his whole Discord, I think, because I don't see his username there anymore, but I still got the messages, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Rin is never wrong. I'm always wrong at certain points, right? But this situation, it wasn't because of me. He was just mentally unstable, and when I guess during that time where I would chat with chatters privately, right? I guess he took advantage of that, me DMing him privately, right? This must have happened a while back. I'm relatively new. No, Angel, if you go back probably 3 to 4 years, you will see him on my stream. And he has a bunch of crash outs on my stream. Like I said, I would always take it as a joke because I don't want it to get too serious on my stream. So I try to laugh it out. But I think at some point, he privately DM me he doesn't think it's funny. And I was like, oh, I know, but I don't want it to be emotional on my stream or bring down the mood. So I always try to think of it as a joke. But I know mental illness is not a joke, chat. But when I say mental issues is not a joke, he thinks it is a joke. Okay. I always said he was weird. Yeah, many people were DMing privately, even my VTuber friends saying he's weird, that I should probably stop talking to him. And I feel bad. Like I said, I'm such a sweet person. I feel bad to just drop somebody, right?
Yeah.
But
I feel that.
Like I said, when he called me those slurs and bad words and called me fake and yes, all the words of the above, he blocked me, then he unblocked me, and then he said sorry, but then he started slaying, still talking shit about me. I blocked him. That's when I started blocking him. Look, man, seeking therapy is not an insult. I know, but apparently to him it was kind of an insult, apparently, because I said it multiple times that he should at least seek help, but he did not like that. Who would have known that making everything was forbidden? I don't know what that means. Guy who calls Rin a runt. Yeah. He, yeah, like I said, he was a fan. And that's why Kataro, this was back then still, when I was kind of, I think, still a minor or something. That's when Kataro was like, you know what, Rin, stop DMing fans. Maybe from time to time, but don't get too close with them. And that's why I feel so bad, chat, when you guys DM me. I try not to get too close to you guys, because he doesn't want the same thing to happen.
He's just looking out.
Yeah, I understand Kataro's visual, yeah. But then there would be some people that would spam my DMs, and I feel so bad to just ignore them. But sometimes it's hard for me to reply as well, because now I'm on my own, and I'm doing, like, I have
to do everything yourself, essentially.
Yeah, technically, yeah. But yeah, I try not to get too close to fans, but I do appreciate you guys so much.
The thing that always kind of that stumped me, and kind of why I have to slow down with my VTubing stuff, so I don't take it as seriously anymore. This all just basically happened because I was joining an agency, and I had the expectation that the agency was going to be a little more than nothing, but still, you know, I had to go through the process of wanting to add people. So I went and I would add as many people as I possibly could on, like, Twitter or whatever, try to get connected with a lot of people. When you have that issue, when you run into an issue, I should say, is now a lot of them are not going to follow back, but you're going to see a lot happening at once. And
yeah.
I had the issue where I was trying so hard to make friends with, like, VTubers and stuff like that, that if anybody outside of that wanted to DM me that wasn't a VTuber but was rather like maybe a fan or somebody a part of their community, they wanted to be friends with me, I kind of just, there were some communities that I did not want to be a part of. So so my mentality was, I'm not going to really DM the other, like, I'm not going to DM fans, especially if I'm not comfortable with them. And I'll just keep an eye out on, like, who and who not to talk to, because I don't want to get into a situation to where I got, like, community members that I may not be a fan of because of who they are. So I try not to get too close.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to fall victim to this.
Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah. Like I said, chat, becoming a VTuber, it may seem easy, but in reality it's hard, because we sometimes deal with people like this who, and sometimes, yes, we are to blame to involve ourselves in situations like that, but it's also not our fault, because
we're also young.
Involved. We're young, yeah. We
don't know better.
Yeah, we don't know better, and we're still learning.
Yeah.
Like, about VTubing as well, and, like, the whole world.
Yeah.
So, technically, yeah, we're not to blame, but sort of we are to blame. But hey, like, we're still young we're still figuring things out, right? And we will learn from our mistakes, definitely.
Yeah, like, that's like probably the biggest takeaway is that, like, in hindsight, yeah, we should have done this or that, but in the moment, it's like, well,
yeah,
what experience do I have with this? I'm gonna tell you this right now. I don't think I've ever really had a lot of experience with talking to basically a neo-Nazi. So I don't think I've had enough experience to understand the red flags.
Yes.
But I still made that choice. I just didn't know until I knew too late.
No, yeah, I get that. Yeah, same here with the fan. Like, there was so many red flags, so many errors in the situation, and I just decided to ignore them. That was me to blame. But I was still young, because obviously in that moment, I was like, I felt bad. So obviously I made that decision, but I didn't know any better. But now I do, and I know to be careful when a situation like that sort of comes, you know.
So, I'll also say this too, like, I lost my train of thought.
No worries.
Oh yeah, I'm not perfect either. So like, I'm going to make mistakes. I could probably name a few things I did wrong in both of the stories that I've told.
And what? And
in hindsight.
And the thing is, my brother taught me this, that there is two sides of the stories, and sometimes you never know who is right and who's wrong, because since there could be two POVs,
there could be two conflicting stories, yeah, and then there's also like, since there's no third man or fourth eye or whatever,
yeah,
the only real thing you could take away from is one person's side and then another person's. Can you average it out? Maybe, but either way, like, somebody's gotta be mostly right, but again, it's still from two different POVs.
Yes, and that's why, chat, in situations like that, it's kind of hard, because you say the story, but then to the other person, they may view it differently, right?
Right.
So it may be hard to, like, know what they were feeling in that moment, too, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But still, like, do better. Know how to act, like, make right decisions, please, chat.
I also want to add on to this, that, like, it sucks more when you have to deal with it, like, as somebody that should know what the internet safety is like if they're, like, older. But, like, what hurts is that we get into situations to where the person that's been alive longer looks the stupidest.
What was that saying? Like, sometimes the grown-ups are the
kids or something like that.
Most childish.
Most childish. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I kind of agree. There will be times where you will be the fool, or either the adults will be the fools. The little. Yeah. Grantsome are pretty tight. I know what you're talking about. Okay, wait, yeah, Angel, yeah. The easiest solution would be not to interact with fans and DMs. I think eventually when you ever become big enough, it's inevitable. Even if I become big, I still want to chat with my chats. But like I said, I will always set limits. Like, I won't get too personal with you guys. I won't, like, DM you every single day. I will DM you when I can, and then I'll DM you little. So little. But I do want to DM you guys to know you guys matter. Give you guys a little attention.
There's nothing wrong with DMing your community or your followers.
Yeah.
It's just, you gotta have clear set boundaries and stuff like that.
Definitely. Yes.
And you gotta know how to handle it at the same time too, and that comes with experience.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to go through some people that have red flags that you you want to keep around your community, so you want to talk to them, but you don't want them to step over the line. But again, comes with experience, and that's hard to have when you have little.
I think when you have a small community, it makes sense wanting to connect. No, definitely. And I think for like smaller VTubers, they obviously do that. Like, they interact with their fans a lot. And for bigger VTubers, they don't even interact with their fans that much, right?
Right.
But I feel like if I was like a big VTuber, I would try my best to do both.
Yeah, and the thing is that it when you are a bigger streamer, you can sort of set it to where you have like a stream where you listen to your community, talk to them, and be like, hey, I may not get to you privately, but you know, we could still sort of talk it out here. And
Yeah.
that is what makes streaming really nice, is when you have like that community, though, that even if it's small, you could still talk to them and appreciate them.
Yes, definitely. I think it's fine. Not interacting with fans, like the community is big enough to be left alone, I guess. Yeah, true. No, but yeah, that's like the conflict. There's a lot of pros and cons of becoming a VTuber, but mostly there's cons. Errors. A little bit of drama. But what's the, like, everything in life has drama, you know? You're gonna run into some drama. And you're just gonna run into weird and, like, mean people a lot. But you'll meet good friends internationally.
It's probably one of the easiest ways, I'd say, to find people that aren't from, like, the same, I'd say, 2 countries.
America.
Yeah, essentially. Like,
yeah,
you could, like, a lot of hobbies and other forms of entertainment, they may have what?
Meeting VTubers, it's like fucking Tinder. You pick and choose.
You aren't wrong. You aren't wrong. It's gotten to the point to where you can find whatever your niche is.
Yeah. Cause like
It really is Tinder. Yeah, and it's also full of weird. That many people. Yeah.
No, yeah. Technically, we are literally Tinder. You pick and choose.
That's such a great way to put it. I'm glad you said that.
I literally thought of that. I'm so smart. But jokes aside, what other places besides America? Japan?
Yeah. Like a lot of like hobbies and niches. Especially, like, for me, if it comes up as like a sport, then most sports are going to be country based, right? So you're not gonna find that many people from other countries other than your own for the most part, unless you do VTubing, because like VTubing is anywhere and everywhere, I'd say.
Yeah.
Like, you can look up.
That was crazy. Yeah.
You can also, look up any VTuber, any country. Your liking's there.
Yeah. I know a lot of VTubers from around the globe. One of them, I won't say the names because I don't want to dox them. One of them being in Paris, France, right? The other one being in Korea. South Korea, the other one being in Japan, a bunch of them in Japan, and some of them being where I live, near LA, California, some of them being, I think, some Canada, some Texas, yeehaw, I guess. I know a lot of people from around the globe, technically, yeah. Some from India, some from Philippines. Like I said, you'll meet a lot of people from around the globe. Literally fucking Tinder.
It would be, essentially. It's hard to find any other niche or hobby where you could friend people from, like, basically all of Europe, and a lot of Asia, all within the same, like, span of, like, time.
Yeah.
Because, like, I have friends from Ireland, Scotland.
Oh, I remember. Ireland.
A lot of England, essentially.
Oh yeah, a lot of England. Oh,
I'm really close with one in the Philippines, actually. Few from Italy.
Oh, I know a famous VTuber who I've known before she became famous. That's from Italy, and then she became famous, and then she didn't talk to me ever again. Damn.
there was a few from Japan, I think, that I really wanted to get connected with, but still, I know a lot. I've seen, I should say, a lot from everywhere.
And how did we meet, Wyatt? How did we meet? I know we met. Wait, I think I met.
I
you
remember
another...
how.
Okay, I can't remember how. I think from another VTuber, huh?
So when I started, I was trying to network with people, so I met a certain somebody, and they were like, "Hey, you know, we could do a Minecraft collab together." All right, that's cool. And then like we're doing it, and then all of a sudden, they were like, "Hey, I want to add a certain person to here." Okay, and then it was you.
Yay!
And
that's
then,
how I met Wyatt, chat.
Yeah, and then we were like, we added each other because of that collab, and we were like, I don't know, I think we kind of both thought we could talk to each other more and collab more, and then we started doing it more, and then it's like, hey, this is awesome.
Don't say it like that, doing it more. Don't say it like that. No, but yeah, me and Wyatt met because of another VTuber. I'm always dragging people to collabs and meeting them to other VTubers, but this time I was dragged along for the very first time to meet another VTuber, which was Wyatt. I didn't think Wyatt. Okay, it was so funny. I didn't think me and Wyatt were gonna become best buddies. Didn't think that, actually. I thought it was just gonna be
my personality really hasn't changed. Like the way that I used to be.
She belongs on the streets, right? Crazy.
In when I first met you, I barely think I've changed.
No.
But I'm still kind of nonchalant, kind of like depending on the vibes, I may be more uppy, I guess. But like compared to now, where I'm just mostly chill and kind of in the corner, I guess.
The corner is crazy, yeah.
I was still that way when I first met you, so.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, the first club was like Dynasty, no, or was it Dynasty? No, was it that's what it called?
Was it the? Oh God, what was it?
I think it was Dynasty. It was like the Minecraft mod or some shit like that.
Was it the puzzle map that we played? What was that?
I think it was Dynasty. I have the stream though. It's still up there.
It was like a map from like there's like two other maps before it, so it was the third edition of the map. Find the cube. Find the wool.
But yeah,
I don't even remember. But it was that mini. It was like that puzzle where you go through certain like colors of wool. That take you to like different games.
It was just a
huge
puzzle, yeah. And it at this point, I let you guys did all the work. I was just standing there like having a good ass fucking time, laughing.
Well, you're just vibing. And I was like, hey, you know what? Like I kind of like that. That's kind of what I would like to have as like a collab mate or whatever. It's like, they go with the vibe. They don't try to like kind of be like too energetic to where they're trying to cause more chaos unintentionally.
That's the whole
I don't know.
The whole chaos. I don't cause chaos into
initially.
I'm slurring my words, but it just happens because I get too excited. I get too hyper. But that's my whole personality. I get excited when I'm having fun. And I guess that's why people hate about me, because I get too excited with fun. But how long have we known each other? Like 4 years, actually, I think. Yeah.
Pretty close. We're pretty close to that.
4 years. Damn. And we've been through a lot of drama.
I'll tell you.
And it was so funny because I knew how Wyatt looked like, but he didn't know how I looked, and it was so funny. It was so funny because I knew how Wyatt looked like, but he didn't know how I looked like. So the entire time, what was it? Like, we would talk about IRL stuff, no?
Yeah, so it was funny because would talk to you to the point to where you kind of knew what I looked like, based off of anything. I don't know. But like the entire time, I don't want to sound racist. I really don't. But like, I didn't think you were. I didn't think I knew. I didn't know what you were at the time, so I was just kind of like, all right, well.
He didn't know what I was. Okay.
Yeah.
I described myself many times to chatters that I am Hispanic. I am a little bean. I told chat maybe a visual that I look like fucking Dora. I am tan. I have brown hair. I have brown eyes. Nothing special about me. I'm not interesting. Chat had a visual, and there, what was it? I think there was a thing that was going around where like they were people using animations how like their VTuber model looks like versus how they actually look like.
Yeah.
Chat was so surprised where like the actual IRL me was different from my VTuber model, which is so crazy. Cause Chat assumed that I do look a little similar to Rin, sort of, just besides tan and like the black hair and the red eyes, but
I think it's because like you got a lot of VTubers that like look eerily similar to how they look IRL, so that's what a lot of people just assume. And then like they get shocked when it's like a completely different appearance or like whatever. It's like, oh, you get a little. So yeah, like it took me about a year before. No.
Okay, wait,
maybe
real
a
quick,
year and a
real
half.
Quick. Yeah.
Go on.
What did you think I looked like? Because you obviously you didn't know how I look like, or you didn't have a vision, right? But
honestly, because
okay.
I didn't know you. Because I didn't know you super well, I just assumed you were like white with black hair.
He literally thought I was my model. God, that's crazy.
I would say a pretty similar look to how you looked at the time.
Okay.
Your model.
Okay. Wyatt knows how I look like, chat. Now he does. Now. And what are your thoughts? Different than you assumed? Probably.
Okay, so I knew after about maybe a year and a half that you are Latina. So I was like, okay. Hell yeah. Like, obviously I'm not going to be like, damn, that's it. No, that would have been fucked up. That would have been really fucked up by me. So,
okay.
I mean, like, I was like,
careful, what'd you say, buddy?
I meant that. So yeah. After you showed me what you actually look like, like not any much different.
Different? Not much different? How so? Like, what? Wait.
I mean, like, I'm not surprised.
He was not impressed, chat. Just say it. No kidding. I told you, I'm a basic bitch. I literally just have brown hair, brown eyes. I'm tan. Boom. That's it. I'm not that interesting, chat. I told you guys. And don't assume that I'm pretty, chat. I am not that pretty, actually. But a lot of people know who I look like. Sozin knows how I look like. Wyatt now knows how I look like. Who else? Who else? Oh god, wait. I know. Wait, who else knows how I look like? I don't even remember. I know a few VTubers though. At least 5 people know how I look like. At least. Maybe less than that. But I've explained myself that I am not that pretty. I just look like a basic person. Brown hair, brown eyes, Hispanic.
So you know what I look like, correct?
Yes.
Compared to my model, how like shocked were you?
Not that shocked, actually. Sorry.
Okay.
Because
No, that's fine.
I assumed you would look similar to your model, which you kind of do. Besides, I think the blonde hair, right? You have blonde hair.
Yeah, the character itself has blonde hair, but I don't.
But you don't, yeah. Obviously, like you said, I'm not gonna be racist. Obviously, I knew you were gonna be a white boy. The whitest boy I've ever seen. Okay. But...
Well, okay, like that. Well, you're not wrong.
No, yeah.
I consider myself to be one of the tiers of white where it's too white.
All right, you crossed the line by calling yourself not pretty. I'm not, chat. I'm really not. Be more accepted of your appearance. Nah.
She's lying.
Oh yeah, Charlie.
She's definitely lying. She's definitely lying.
What do
First
you
day I
mean?
met her, she told me to put this bag over my head.
I did not fucking tell you to do that. No, when did I ever fucking say that?
I believe it.
See?
Oh, crazy what? I mean it. What is it? That's how you were born? Okay. I would say I was born cute. But I wasn't pretty. What's that saying? Like, your friends call you pretty, but you don't feel pretty. You know?
Body dysmorphia.
No, no, that's a whole different thing, no? Isn't that just for, like, the weight? No.
Well, the way you're treating it, that's what it feels like.
Oh. But it's true, chat. It's true. I don't think of myself as pretty. I've seen many VTubers who are so pretty. Prettier than me. And handsome, too. Like, fucking Mascom. Motherfucker, like... I've seen his face, his whole face, and he always says he's the most ugly motherfucker.
I think I've seen it.
Yeah.
I think I have. If not, I've definitely seen a good half.
A good half. I've seen the whole half. I mean the whole body. Technically, the whole body.
I don't swing that way, but he's up there. I'll tell you that much.
He's up there. He is. See, I tell him he's handsome. Because he has the voice. He has a singing voice, right? He has the voice. He has the face. He could literally fucking become an idol or some shit like that. I told him he's handsome. He doesn't believe it. I have to fucking boost up his ego.
Yeah, like I said, hey, he's up there.
He's up there. He is actually up there. But he don't think so. But I think so. Who else? Oh, Sushi. He's really actually, like, he's so buff. I haven't seen his face. I think he showed a picture of himself half, but he's actually not that bad looking. I would say not that bad looking, and he works out. So does Areku. He works out as well. Bro, have you guys seen Areku's titties? Oh god, they look so hot. That boy has more milkers than me.
That's your dad.
That's my dad. You're right.
Telling you, Wyatt. The bag allegations are true.
No, it's not true. Why? It ain't true. I did not.
It ain't true.
No, I didn't.
It's
Did not.
definitely true.
No, I never said to put a bag over here. Don't lie.
It's true.
I believe it.
You believe it? It's crazy. Okay, yeah. So Sozin's seen my face. Wyatt's seen my face. Charlie has seen my face. I think... oh yeah, Mascon's seen my face. Kaoru has seen my face. And I think those are just the amount of people that have seen my face that I know. That I know of. Maybe some of you guys have seen my face. But that's private now. That was from my IRL stream. Yeah. Yeah, I think only 5 people that I know have seen my face. Actual face.
Wanna know how I kill myself? Oh,
What?
How?
I'm a 2 out of 10, but on a good day I'm a 1 out of 10.
That's wild.
I feel that. I feel it.
Yeah, and then they'll be asking, they'll be saying, no, you're not. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I am.
He's
On
not.
a solid day, maybe a 3, but it's very rare.
Like,
Very
like I don't have mirrors at home, so, you know, can't take pics.
Your
I don't wanna
family has
crack
seen your
them.
real face? No, my family has not seen my real face, chat. Can you believe that? SMH. Okay, chat. Like I said, I had a bunch of friend groups, and growing up, I would lose friends, gain friends, lose them again, if that makes sense. Middle school, there is this. I already told the story. This girl was jealous of me because the boy she liked me, but I didn't like him back, and she would always just fucking push me to fucking date him. But I told her I did not like him. And she yelled at me for it, and then they were really bad because there was this other friend that I had that she would always really call, like, she would call me ugly, actually. She would always say, like, hey, you should change the way you look. And I think, but the thing, it was so hard, chat, to believe. That's why I think it's hard for me to believe that I'm pretty, because yes, I would get compliments in my family, like, oh, like, your daughter's so pretty, like, she must be
Even
fucking
you-
adopted.
You get compliments.
my.
Yeah, no, like, in a family, why?
No, I
it's normal.
do. Heck. Yeah.
When a family member says you're adopted, it's a compliment. At least where we're from, I think it's a compliment.
Oh, okay.
Because it's saying that you're so pretty to the point they think the family's ugly. But I would get that compliment so much, like, is your daughter adopted? She doesn't look anything like you guys. But then there would be my friends that would turn me the fuck down. There's this one friend that hit me to the fucking core. She was something, and I'm glad I dropped her, but she's been my friend. Has been my friend for 7 years, but I dropped her because she was really toxic. She did not like me hanging out with other people. She did not like me talking about other people, right? Say if like, oh, I met this friend in my class, she was so sweet. She would not like that. She hated me. There would be times where if I talked about something that she's not interested in, or like talk about somebody else like in my classroom or like a teacher, she would give me the fucking silent treatment. And we would walk home together because we lived in the similar neighborhood, so we would walk with each other. But if she gives me the silent treatment, the entire walk home, it will just be quiet, and I didn't know what to fucking do. But she always called me ugly.
You should have hit her with the "if I'm ugly, why you hanging out with me?"
That's seriously. But like I said, she was my only friend at that time at a certain point, so I still hanged out with her. And she would get mad if other people would talk to me in front of her. Say if like a girl came up to me and they'd be like, oh my god, like, can I sit here? Or like, hey, like, can I get advice? She would just fucking she would give me the death glare. Dating friends, no. Yeah, she would always try to turn me down. And like I said, that just did not that's why I never, and it wasn't her fault, but it was kind of her fault that I became the way I am. No amount of years excuse the toxicity. Yeah. Like, it was sad that I dropped her because we've been friends for 7 years, but I think I was glad at some point that I dropped her because she was too toxic for me, and a friend shouldn't like, you know, tell you you're ugly and that you're worthless and stuff like that. I think at some point we had a class together and I fell asleep in history and I told her what happened, like, hey, what we're working on. I think it was like we were working on this homework and I told her, wait, I was asleep. What's going on? She called me stupid. She called me dumb. Shit for no brains, actually. Like I said, I'm too nice to the point I think of it as a joke, and then obviously it does hurt, but like I would laugh it off like it was nothing.
Yeah.
Spending those years is realizing you could have spent them with someone who deserves you. That's what my other friend said. Like, they feel bad because I could have dropped her earlier because I wasted 7 years with her, and in those 7 years I could have hanged out with somebody better. And I was like, you know what? That would have been true probably. I would have met better people than her. But I'm so glad, because if I decided to not drop her, right, I would have had the worst years of my life, technically. And I'm glad I dropped her because I met better friends. I know some were terrible friends, but you know, that's, I think, the whole thing about character development. Character development. You'll meet some people, toxic, non-toxic, people who are a bad influence on you. And sometimes, like, you'll go through a whole life, like, what's it called? A whole identity crisis at some point in life.
Especially at the midlife.
Yeah, definitely. I think I was like not popular in middle school. I was known but not popular, if that makes sense. Like, people knew me, but I was not popular. I never hanged out with popular kids until I got in around high school, when I started hanging out with the druggies, apparently. I was
shocker,
right? I was known. Everybody knew who I was. But it turned out I was technically popular even when I was not popular, because I knew so many people and I was so friendly with people. That's why. So I would get nervous making friends, but I would easily make friends, you know. Rin's a main character.
Yeah.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I don't give out.
Yeah, so I developed
energy.
main character syndrome because of no.
No, what else? Like, what else? I don't know. Wait, yeah, I became popular because I was hanging out with the popular kids, and I found out that the popular kids aren't really actually popular. You just assume because you give them, you think they're cool, right?
A lot of them are boring as hell.
Yes. Oh my god, thank you for taking the words out of my mouth. Popular kids aren't actually interesting than you think. You may view them as interesting and so cool, right? Like, oh my god, they have a better life. They're just really boring, actually. They're depressed themselves, actually.
You'll find some reason to be like, I don't care about this guy.
No, yeah.
That's how basically all of them were. They were like maybe sport junkies. That didn't make them really special.
No, yeah. You know what? In high school, you know, like it's also like this in Disney movies or whatever, where oh my god, the cheerleaders and the jocks, like the sports people, are such the popular guys.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. When I was in high school, I always also thought like maybe they were popular. No, they were fucking lame as hell. They were not interesting.
Dumb. Like, I would feel bad if I associated with them.
Yeah.
You think oh shoot, my fucking Instagram. You think and I lost what I was gonna say.
The popular guys. The popular group. It's okay if you lose your train of thought, but
You think High School Musical is real until you're actually in high school.
no, yeah, people were making fun of it like, this isn't High School Musical. It's the opposite. There's a lot of wannabes in high school and middle school. Though, like, in high school, it's so weird because some of the stuff you see on TikTok, like memes of high schoolers, are actually so true. Like, I think there was a joke saying, like, high schoolers want to be with the freshmen. That's actually true. That's actually true.
Yeah, that really is.
I've seen so many seniors back in my day.
It's slightly creepy.
It's creepy. They always talk to the fucking minors.
They always
talk to the not middle schoolers. Well, fresh out of middle school,
Yeah.
technically, yeah.
They always want to only talk to the... There was a few in my school in particular that even if they were still good buddies with them, if they were a sophomore, they weren't chasing them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Happens more often than you think.
Yeah.
It's a little scary. Just a little.
Just a little.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be the teachers going after them.
Oh my fucking god. Can I tell you guys like a bunch of school drama that I had back in high school? Oh my fucking god. I don't know if I told you guys this. Oh my god. It was so funny. I know a little bit about school drama. I sometimes don't know what goes around my school because I don't give a shit about my school. But
No.
I think in high school at some point I took an elective which was culinary. Because it was either fucking that or fucking French. I did not want to take French, so I took fucking culinary. We were on our last weeks of before the summer, right? I was like, hey, I need to go use the restroom. I went to the restroom. I went to the restroom. I sat down. You know what? I saw a note on the corner of my eye. I look around. I see an envelope. And I was like, oh, somebody accidentally left it here. I look at it. It's like, open it. And I was like, I look around thinking maybe somebody was fucking recording me because I got so fucking anxious that it was a prank or something. Nobody was around. I decided to do my business first. Open it. But not all the way. There was a letter inside. I don't want to read it yet. So I was like, I'm kind of nervous though. I had a friend in culinary. So obviously after I went to the bathroom, I went back to culinary. I was like, hey, I found this letter in the restroom. Should I open it? It says open it. It doesn't say to who. It doesn't say to who, right? It doesn't say to who and to from who. So I was like, it just says open it. We opened it. The letter. I still have this letter to this day because it was so funny. But this letter could have got me in huge trouble, actually. For no goddamn reason, actually. Even though it wasn't my fault. This letter said...
The school will find a way.
Yeah. There was this letter stating that this girl slept with her teacher multiple times. And that teacher was a pervert. He was also like into little girls. Like he was married too. When he was married too, but he would also like be weird around girls. But she said that she slept with him and that I gotta remember what's in the letter. She was saying, hey, I am this age and I'm not gonna say my name, but I'm this age and just wanted to let you know that I slept with my teacher for a couple weeks, and then I don't know what happened. She just said like he likes fucking little girls or something. In the end, she says he likes to fuck little girls. And that's how they let her in. When I was reading that, my jaw fucking dropped. The thing that I hate the most is when people are nosy too. I get it that my reaction to the letter was obvious that something was happening. But because people were like wondering what I had in my hand, they read it. they're like, oh, what are you reading there? I was like, oh, just a letter. I was like, can I have it? I was like, sure. That was my first mistake, giving them that letter.
Yeah.
They passed it around. The teacher found out, but luckily, students aren't snitches. Thank God. They were like, who did this? Who had this letter? Who had this letter first? Nobody snitched. Nobody snitched, but she's like, this is inappropriate. Like, because they know it's true, because apparently he got fired for it. But the thing is, chat, my high school was really bad, because even though they may fire the teacher, give it a couple years, they bring them back always, chat. You know how I know this? Because in my okay, I'll tell you that story later, actually.
Side change it.
Don't want to change it because I'm going to get too sidetracked, but yeah, the teacher found out that letter. She's like, whoever had this letter is going to get in huge trouble. Like, luckily the students weren't snitches and nobody said who the letter belonged to. But all they said, they found it in the bathroom, right?
Yeah.
The teacher confiscated the letter, obviously reported it, but obviously doesn't know who the letter belonged to. But that could have got me in trouble because they would assume I'm freaking like spreading lies or some shit like that, even though it's not a lie, right? But still, like, doing that. And it started, people took screenshots of the letter beforehand and they started posting it all over Instagram. It was crazy because the whole school ended up having it, and it's so funny. I'm so glad. People fucking kept adding me. Oh my fucking god. They were like, oh, this letter's from her. And I'm like, what the fuck? But
also, they were snitches.
No, yeah, no. But then it turns out that there was a bunch of letters of them around the school.
Oh, okay.
There was not just one. There was multiple around the school. So people were like, oh yeah, I found the same letter, but not in the bathroom. I found it in like, hallway or some shit like that. I think somebody said they found it in a guitar or some shit. In a guitar room or whatever. But yeah, it was crazy. It was wild. It still shocks me to this day, but it's terrible because that's how my school is. They will, and that's where I'm going to go to my next story. They drop a teacher and then give it a few years, they'll bring it back. They'll bring that teacher back no matter what. They think because like the students from those years forgot about him, like, or moved on, right?
Yeah.
They think that he's fine. But chat, you cannot change a person, who they are. I think that teacher should have not been fired, but he should have been like fucking arrested. Cause what he did was terrible.
Yeah.
And that's where, in middle school, there was a teacher. Let's call him Mr. Platypus, because I used to call him that all the time. Mr. Platypus. Mr. Platypus.
Bury the platypus.
Bury the platypus. Mr. Okay, that's where okay, never mind. Mr. Platypus, he's a science teacher. He always had that weird vibe, like, you know, crackhead vibe, you know, like person who looks high all the time. We didn't think much of it because he was a science teacher. Everyone thinks if you're an art teacher or a science teacher, you're probably on drugs.
You gotta be.
Oh man. I always notice a lot of things, chat. In middle school, I'm an observer. I'm also an overthinker, but he would purposely drop a pencil or assume something's on the ground and try to pick it up and would stand under the table for a little way too long. I thought it was weird until I found out that he was trying to look under my friend's skirt. My friend loves to wear skirts back in middle school, and apparently like he knew that, and he would always purposely drop it in front of her, the pen or an item, and would like do it. He would always look under the table, apparently stare down, and then come back up like it was nothing. I got suspicious at first, but then I decided to tell her about it. I was like, hey, haven't you noticed that guy? He keeps pretending to drop a pencil and look under the desk. I told her first, like, hey, do you think he was looking under your skirt? She had a feeling, but she didn't want to say anything. And I was like, you should have said something. You should have said something. It turns out, I found out a lot of info in middle school, that he was fired prior, 5 years before, for the same incident. And it turns out he R-worded a girl in his science class. Yeah, he was fired. Fired, quote unquote fired. And apparently he's back, right? Because they waited till that girl left that middle school to bring him back to be a teacher. He would do this to other students too, with skirts or whatnot, right? Or shorts, right? Obviously, we couldn't inform an adult, right? Because nobody would believe us. We don't have proof, right? It's literally class. But I felt so uncomfortable for my friend, I would always bring a jacket with me and to cover her up.
Yeah.
She appreciated it, but he would always be weird about it. And I think it'll become to a point where I think he knew I knew or something, because he would give me a glare when I, like, okay, say this. He would start walking up to us, chat with us, pretend to drop something. I would start to cover her up because I know what's going to fucking happen. He would look down and look quickly back up because he knows. And then he would give me, like, that stare. And I would be... It was so weird. I felt so uncomfortable with him, bro. I was like, he disgusted me. And eventually, my other friend, she alerted a trusted adult, a teacher. And then he got fired. But... I'm hearing now, you know what I hear now too? I just got confirmation from my cousin that's in middle school that he's coming back.
Oh, sweet.
He's coming back.
He's changed.
Ha ha ha.
But he'll change.
He'll change.
It's unfortunate that
that's how
almost
yeah.
It's almost how a lot of school districts are in general.
It's
because I've had a similar incident in my time. Mm-hmm. Granted, well, okay, this was my middle school social studies teacher. It didn't happen while I was... Actually, it might have, now that I think about it. But it didn't come out until, like when I was freshman, maybe sophomore in high school, that it was reported that our social studies teacher back in middle school was trying to do that with minors. And try to offer extra credit. Try to try to hit them up while they're in the I don't want to say, no, just anywhere outside, because we would have recess. Yeah. So it's just like we kind of knew, or at least like I first had that impression, and then like as it turned out, like that was pretty much the entire vibe. Was that he was one of those teachers. And when the news came out, we were like, yeah, we're not fucking surprised. Like, kind of figured. He gave off that vibe, and yeah, like, I want to say that's the only thing. I know there was probably like one or two other incidents, but I don't remember everything as well. Because, like, we read that on the news. It was featured on the news. Damn. It was that bad. So it's like... Yeah.
Okay. There's a backstory why we call him Mr. Platypus. Because... his name was actually... the platypus. name. But also, I think he mentioned because like he loves that the series or not series the show or whatever.
Just most likely the character.
Here, I have the letter, chat. I won't show you, but I will read it. At least some of it. Right? It was crazy.
How did you end up with the letter? Did you just keep it?
Oh, I threw it away. Oh no, the teacher took it away from me, right? But I ended up with the letter because I was in the bathroom and I saw it like in the corner of my eye, standing near the trash can in the girls' bathroom.
Oh.
And I picked it up because I was like, oh, somebody left it, and I was wondering what it was, and it said open it. It didn't say to who or from who, so I was curious. I opened it, but I didn't read the letter. Like I saw there was a letter inside, and I thought it was funny because I didn't think the letter was that letter, right? I thought it was gonna probably be some joke or something, right, or a drawing. So I was like, hey, look what I found, a letter in the bathroom, ha ha ha. Like I want to read what it says, right? Oh boy, I was shocked. I didn't think the letter was gonna be that letter, but it says, let's see, okay. Let's see. I remember the secret dirty notes he wrote to me in that, like, oh, wait, hold on, where is it? Let me try to find a place where, when I walk into his empty classroom, the way he would look, he would watch me as he walked past me. The hunger in his fucking eyes is sick, isn't it? But he crawled me and I craved the power it gave me. So she liked that the teacher was giving that vibe, right? But she felt iffy afterwards. Let's see. He's imagining the unspeakable things. What is it? I know where it is. Okay. It wasn't every student. It was the pretty, smart girls. The nice ones that kept their hair neat and clothes are carefully, and the ones who applied makeup. I'm sorry, it's so little. The words are so little. Apparently she liked the teacher. I played into his games and tempted him with suggestive body language and dangerous visits to his class after school. When there was no one else in the room, it excited me to imagine what he was thinking, knowing the power of a closed door and a short skirt. Eventually, he got the idea. He knew I wasn't like his other students. He knew my intentions and that I wouldn't tell anyone about what he would do to me. So one of those days, when I was in his empty classroom asking about an assignment, he finally stopped resisting. He put his hand on my thigh while I was talking. Instead of acting surprised and acknowledging it, I just kept taking it as my heart beat fast. Like it's so hard to read this. It's so hard. Let me tell you, chat. It was really hard. Let me see. The ending, though, I'll just say the ending. Whoever finds this, now you know. I don't care what you do with this information. Just know that the teacher likes to fuck little girls. That was the end. But it was, it's so hard to read it, chat, because it's disturbing. Like, chat, my whole mouth was open when I was reading the letter. I was disgusted. It was very disturbing. Poor girls doesn't understand the danger. This is from a letter. This is from the letter. She described it. It was like, it was sexual body language, but it wasn't actually doing the thing until a couple weeks later, after, secret meets, they say. But then apparently, I guess she got petty because he would also do it to other girls, other students, and yeah. I don't know what to say. Besides, oh my gosh. Yeah.
I don't even know what to say.
I know.
Like, my situation from my middle school teacher wasn't that crazy. I mean, I wouldn't know because I was in high school when I found out.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happened of that sort when we were in middle school or when I was there. So it was just mostly the vibes, but nobody would say anything or spread anything. So
like
we just went with it.
Yeah. Like you said, Angel, I don't know the details. All I'm getting the information is from the letter, and then what people were saying it's true, that the letter is real, that it's true. Because even the teacher let it slip and said yes, it was all true, but it's being covered up. The morals of the girl is questionable. It is questionable. Like I said, I didn't believe it at first because I thought maybe somebody was trying to, like, not frame a teacher, but like just trying to get attention or something, because that's how my high school was.
That's how they be.
That's how they be. But then the teacher let it slip and said it was true, that it's still being investigated. Apparently it was like still being investigated during that time, and also they were trying to cover it up. And yeah, that even students were saying, yeah, they had that teacher, that he was weird. My friend had him, and she was like, yeah, he was always acting weird towards certain girls. Pretty girls, they say, right? I don't want to end the stream like this, but I do have to end the stream. Fuck!
Quite an eventful one.
Yeah. It's crazy to believe that this shit happens in high school and middle school, and
it everywhere.
Yes, not just in school, everywhere.
Not only that, but it's not just like certain person story. This happens quite unfortunately too often.
What a crazy way to end stream. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to like end it like this because I feel so bad. But like, it's 2 a.m. I gotta head to bed.
I am running on fumes right now. But I love these chat streams, so I didn't want to say anything.
No, yeah, you're good. I always love these chatting streams. They're interesting. It's wild, but like, yeah, I don't want to end it like on a bad way.
It's a trip to say the least.
Somebody say something funny. I don't know.
I don't have anything.
Fuck, Charlie. Nothing. Silence.
I don't
probably
got
sleep.
anything.
Oh,
no, I don't sleep.
I feel ya.
Sleep. What is sleep? I don't think it exists.
Yeah.
I mean, you got work today? I don't have work today. That's why I decided to drink. I'm okay now. I think I've sobered up a little bit. That fucking woke me up when we started talking about the topic. But yeah, I think I'm fine. I didn't drink that much. I think I'm okay.
I was gonna say, it didn't feel any different.
Yeah, I feel fine, I think. Oh, don't do that now. I can't think. Think of a new topic. I know, it's so bad. Might as well just fucking end it here. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll probably try to stream tomorrow. Who knows? If not, next Monday. Next Monday, definitely. I should be free today, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It depends how I'm feeling. Wink, wink. Just be safe out there, chat. Just know. Just be safe out there. Don't forget, I love you guys so much. Bye-bye. Say bye, guys. Say bye.
Bye.